Misty, just as a warning, we are live on YouTube right now, so we're good to go.
I welcome you to the Illinois University Board of Trustees full board meeting. I will call this meeting to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Curtis.
Present.
Gear. Gilbert.
Present.
Graham.
Present.
Hightower.
Present.
Sharma.
Present.
Scholler. Simmons.
Present.
Tedrick.
Roger, you're on mute.
Carol, can you get Roger Tedrick's speaker on?
I read his lips.
We see you.
Can you
maybe Roger, if you just raise your hand that you're here. Okay, all right. Okay.
The quorum is established. Move on. Yeah.
Okay.
He needs to speak with
you. How many are present?
Okay, he's here.
How many are present?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 7 present.
And a quorum is established. And again, this meeting is being conducted by Zoom pursuant to executive order of the governor. Our General Counsel, Luke, will you please explain why we're able to do this for the record?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. As you've indicated, following several gubernatorial executive orders and then amendments to the Open Meetings Act earlier this year, when there is a disaster declaration under the governor's authority, it allows for remote participation like we're doing this morning, and following the parameters that still require attendance and participation via video, teleconference, and the like, which we're doing, and allows for us to go ahead with the remote meeting this morning.
Okay. All right, the first item is the Ohio Valley Conference Certification Form for SIU Edwardsville, which is presented to the board annually and signed by the chair. A copy of this form was sent to the board members ahead of this meeting. Are there any questions about this item?
No.
Any questions about the item? Chancellor Pembroke, anything you wish to say about it? I guess not. So
I believe they've asked the host to unmute him if they're apparently having some difficulties.
He has muting problems too. Okay. Well, this is something that is done every year. In fact, I will sign the form, give it to the secretary, and the certification has been accomplished. The next item is the FY 2021 operating budget discussion.
Just go to our
President Mahoney, will you introduce this item?
Yeah, Chair Gilbert, just want to say we've had meetings, Vice President and I had meetings with each of the campuses to go over their budgets in detail. We've also had several discussions relative to the 2021 budget throughout the summer. I think what we have is a good starting point for the year. We'll certainly continue to make changes and adjustments as we get more information, but this is our best estimate of where we are today. I always like to point out there's always some uncertainty in this year more than most. There's some uncertainty, but again, this is, I think, the best estimate we have at this point. I do want to point out that I asked everyone to include a contingency in this year's budget. That has not consistently done in the past, but wanted to make sure we consistently had a contingency in there just because of that uncertainty, and it's just good budgeting practice anyway. I just want to say everyone has done, I think, very well in managing budgets during what has been an incredibly challenging time. We talk about the impact on the pandemic, and it's a lot of ways, but certainly there's been financial challenges, and I think each of the campuses has been conservative in spending and made adjustments as necessary to help us deal with that challenge. So I will now turn it over first to Carbondale to present their portion of the budget.
Good morning. I'm Judy Marshall, Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance, and I also serve as the Budget Director for the Carbondale campus. Thank you for the opportunity to present our FY21 budget for the campus today. I will focus solely on the campus, and my colleague in Springfield, John Horvat, will present the budget for the School of Medicine. Our total operating budget is just under $342 million, a decrease of about $13 million from last year. As in prior years, about half of the total budget is funded by two sources: state appropriation and tuition revenues. We are grateful once again for the continued support of higher education from the governor and the legislators who budgeted higher education at the same level in FY21 as they did last year. Stability in the state appropriation is critical to our financial planning. Our goal each year is to craft a budget that is as accurate as possible. Last year, we budgeted a total of $173.4 million for our general operating budget. With the final FY20 expenses tallied last week, we actually spent $173.3 million, a difference of only $100,000, which speaks to the accuracy of our budgeting process. We monitor actual results very closely throughout the year and adjust as needed, either up or down. This morning, I'm going to concentrate on three of our major budget categories. The first will be the income fund. While the appropriated budget remained flat, we have budgeted for $6.5 million less in tuition revenues compared to a year ago. As you know, our campus shared some positive news earlier this month regarding enrollment, with an increase of 31.2% in the freshman class and overall enrollment down 2.8%. When we began the budget process earlier this year, we typically start in February, we projected an overall enrollment decrease of 9 to 10%. But the work of many individuals across the campus resulted in a much better result. Even with that, we need to reduce the income fund budget to help ensure that we spend within our means. Since FY15, we have cut $34 million or 16% from our expenses in order to maintain balanced annual budgets. And it is our intention to balance the budget again this year. In order to do that, we will implement a budget cut of 6% of general operating funds. The reduction will allow us to balance the budget as well as increase our contingency reserve, as the president just mentioned. Reductions will be made while being mindful of campus priorities, including enrollment, student success, and marketing and branding. The chancellor and I have met with campus leadership and constituency-based groups to work through the budget, discuss its challenges, prepare scenarios, and listen to suggestions. We have instituted a hiring chill, reduced travel, and are limiting overall spending. I am confident that together we will end this fiscal year with another balanced general operating budget. We are also reviewing our tuition discounting practices, much of which is reliant upon the use of tuition waivers. The campus granted $32 million in discretionary waivers during FY20, including $5.7 million in financial need-based waivers. Identifying cash funding to use instead of waivers will improve our bottom line, even with the same number of students. A scholarship committee recently completed recommendations for updated merit and need-based programs, and we are working with our foundation staff to secure additional unrestricted funding for scholarships. I want to spend some time talking about the budget for revenue bond operations. You may notice that that is one that is projected to operate during this year at a deficit, drawing down some of their cash reserves. The largest operation is student housing, with an annual expense budget of $24 million, or about half of the entire budget for that fund group. In order to allow students to safely return home in November, we have reduced fall semester housing contracts by 2 weeks, resulting in $1.2 million less in revenue for housing. Other impacts on our housing revenue this year are offering single rooms, which was a very popular option when offered a year ago and a very safe option for this fall, and funding housing scholarships, which has helped the income fund the last 3 years, but has decreased housing's cash reserves. Other areas, including the Student Center and the Child Care Center, have seen reduced revenue opportunities in the last 6 months caused by pandemic restrictions, and lower enrollment over the last few years has reduced fee revenues for all the areas and contributed to lower cash reserves. We will continue to closely monitor the revenues and expenses in all of the revenue bond debt funded areas to ensure that total cash reserves are not depleted and that we continue to meet our debt service balances. The third area I want to mention is our self-supporting funds. Intercollegiate athletics is the primary factor here. To their credit, athletics spent $1 million less last year than they did in the prior year. They have developed a phased approach to address their financial challenges, with phase 1 implemented immediately. It includes a $3 million budget cut to current year expenses, a position freeze, and development of a comprehensive fundraising campaign. We are aware of the challenges associated with the athletic program and will continue to work towards a permanent solution. I will leave you with our overall budget goals and plan for FY21. Continue to invest in our faculty and staff, continue to make positive improvements in enrollment, continue to work with the state on funding for much needed deferred maintenance and major capital projects, including renovation of our communications building, and most importantly, continue to end the fiscal year with a balanced general operating budget. Thank you.
Any board member have any questions of Judy?
Mr. Chairman.
Judy, I have one question. If I know football without not this fall, is that producing I know we may have it next spring, but if for some reason we don't have football, will that be a savings? I mean, how much will that save? Because I know football generally has been a loss leader for the campus.
If we don't play at all, there should be some savings. The players are here, of course, on scholarship. We continue to pay the coaches. We were required to make a down payment per the contract for some charter air flights that they would have used this fall. They will be able to use those in the spring if they play in the spring, and if not, we can carry that over to next year. Ticket revenue obviously is lost in concessions, but we believe that the overall spending is more than those revenues would have offset. So there should be some saving if there is no football played whatsoever.
Mr. Chairman, it's Ed Curtis. Can I ask a question?
Well,
Ed was trying to ask a question.
Go ahead, Ed.
Yes, Judy, I noticed you said for the current year you ended your income fund was $100,000 off or close to break even. You didn't comment on your revenue bond fund, or I don't know exactly the name of these funds, but when I look at the balance sheet, we went through over a $20 million reduction in a single year. Can you comment on that? And where do you see the fund balance going in FY21?
I'm not exactly sure if I follow that. Are you looking at the budget or financial statement?
I'm looking at your balance sheet and the reduction in fund balance over the last 12 months.
Which is, so you're looking at something that's not part of the budget document?
A balance sheet is part of a budget to me, but I'm just asking, so are you saying you had no reduction in fund balance in the last 12 months?
No, the revenue bonds and self-supporting both operated at a deficit and used cash revenues in the last 12 months, and they are budgeted to do so again this year.
I'm just asking if you could say what they were for the last 12 months and what they're going to be for the next year. You didn't comment.
To get you the actuals, I would need to come back with that. I don't have that at my fingertips of our actual results.
Can you estimate what it was the last 12 months?
I really don't want to.
Knows what our reduction was in fund balance. It's pretty material.
Yeah, I don't want to misspeak.
I'm surprised that we're presenting a budget and we're not having a discussion on the reduction in our reserves that are occurring over the last. I understand we're in a pandemic. It's a challenging year, but I don't think we're painting an accurate picture of how fast we're running through our reserves when you present this budget today.
Well, if you don't have those figures, can you get that to Trustee Curtis?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then get it to the rest of the board besides just Trustee Curtis. Okay?
Will do.
Any other questions of Judy and Dan?
All right, if we move on now to the School of Medicine.
Before they start, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, all right, just wanted to check because if you couldn't, we would have to relocate. All right, we're good, thank you, sorry.
All right, John.
Hi, good morning. John Horvath, Associate Provost for Finance and Administration for the School of Medicine. For my budget presentation for the school, I'd like to refer you to page 14 of your budget book. I will start by saying that approximately 1 year ago, when I presented the School of Medicine budget to you, I'd been with SIU for only a few months, and I asked that you be kind to me with any questions. Since I've been with SIU about 15 months now, I promised Trustee Hightower that I won't use the new employee excuse this year, so feel free to ask me any questions along the way. Referring back to page 14, you'll see that the School of Medicine has a projected revenue of $227 million and expenses of $253 million, which actually presents a deficit for the school budget of $26.6 million. While the school does have cash reserves to allow for deficit spending in the short term, I'd like to explain to you some of the reasons for the shortfall and what we're doing to help offset that deficit. As you may know, COVID-19 has caused a significant disruption in the School of Medicine's financial performance. While state appropriations and tuition dollars are important components of our overall budget, the school relies on clinical revenues generated by SIU Healthcare and the FQHC, along with support from our hospital partners for a significant portion of our overall budget. If you look at the dollar change column on the report on page 14, you'll see a slight increase in tuition, primarily from the Lincoln Scholars Program. We have a $6 million decrease in indirect cost recovery. Because of anticipated losses in both SIU Healthcare and the FQHC, we budgeted a decrease in clinical dollars that the practice transfers to the school to support the academic mission. Traditionally, the practice has paid 4.75% of collections into an academic development fund. That percentage was decreased to 1% for fiscal year 21 as agreed upon between Chancellor Dunn and Dean Cruz, which accounts for a significant portion of the decrease. In addition, the practice pays 4% of collections to SIU for overhead services like human resources, payroll, accounting, and purchasing. With anticipated decreases in clinical revenue, that overhead payment was reduced. We have a nearly $4.5 million decrease in our self-supporting fund. That number would have been larger, but was reduced by several items which help offset that drop. We've budgeted a $19 million decrease in hospital support payments. As our hospital partners continue to struggle with their own finances, our support has been reduced. We have committed to use School of Medicine reserves to preserve our clinical and graduate medical education programs on a short-term interim basis. In fact, since this budget was prepared, we have made progress with funding being partially restored in some areas. We'll continue to work with our partners on restoring funding, including support for a net of 21 faculty physicians who were recruited in fiscal year 20 but have not been funded. Funding from some of our hospital partners which support the FQHC training programs have continued, which is good news. But as I mentioned, these decreases were offset by expanding of our 340B program in the FQHC, expanding our relationship with the Department of Corrections for about additional $3 million in revenue, an additional $4 million from the state of Illinois and county partners to support our pandemic health worker program and COVID-19 testing, and an expansion of our psychiatry practice in Jacksonville. We are showing a $3.7 million increase in revenue bond operations. That's from expanded clinical programs, primarily in pediatric surgery, urology, internal medicine, and OBGYN. So our net decrease in total revenue is $6.5 million. On the expense side, we have an increase of $19 million in personal services. As I mentioned, we recruited a net of 21 new faculty physicians during fiscal year 20, based on commitments from our hospital partners, which they have not been able to fund. This included expansions in the departments of otolaryngology, psychiatry, surgery, and internal medicine. We'll continue to work to restore and to fund these positions with our hospital partners. We've also added faculty and staff for the Department of Corrections, pandemic health workers, and a $4 million expansion of the FQHC. Our increase of $3.7 million in contractual services is primarily for pediatric surgery and the Department of Corrections programs. Other increases in that category are caused by expansion, as I mentioned, expansion of the FQHC. We have $2.9 million in restricted funds for personal services for the expansion of clinical programs, as I mentioned earlier. So that shows a total increase of expenses of $27.7 million from the prior year. In preparing this budget, we took a very conservative approach and did not include savings for other actions which the School of Medicine has taken, which are not reflected in these numbers. We implemented a significant hiring slowdown for positions except for those that drive revenue. With this board's approval, we instituted a mandatory 10-day furlough program for most staff and non-clinical faculty for a savings of about $2.6 million. We reduced base salaries for clinical faculty by an amount equal to 10 days of furlough for a savings of about $3 million. And this was in addition to any reduction that those physicians took in clinical pay from a drop in clinical activity. That compensation, though, is paid through SIU healthcare and not part of this budget. We'll continue to work with our hospital partners to restore funding for the new faculty physicians we recruited. And we've also had some success with a voluntary retirement incentive program, which netted about $1.8 million in savings. But we do recognize that we may need to backfill some of those positions. We negotiated deferrals of across-the-board salary increases for some collective bargaining units not taking furlough days. And I'll end in some good news is that our clinical office visits for both the FQHC and SIU healthcare, our surgery volumes and our procedures have rebounded since the start of the pandemic, and in some cases are actually higher than they were 1 year ago. We're cautiously optimistic that our clinical revenues will recover, but we do remain concerned about a shift to government-sponsored healthcare as people lose their employer-sponsored insurance. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions of John? Okay.
Thank you.
Edwardsville.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Bill Winter, and I'm the budget director at the Edwardsville campus. There will be two parts to my presentation. The first is a brief overview of what was included in the budget, which was developed several months ago. And secondly, an update of where we're at now during the fall semester compared with where we thought we would be. In the budget document you have, I'll be focusing on two of the pages which contain Edwardsville's data, pages 10 and 15. First page, page 10, is a one-page summary of the overall budget for the university. So when a granting agency asks for a copy of the SIU budget, this is the page that we send to them. This page shows how and where we spend our money. Our total expenditure budget from all fund sources is about $294 million, and you can find that number in the lower right-hand corner. The largest expenditure category is personal services, which consists of salaries and student wages. So we primarily spend our money on people. For the total budget from all fund sources, about 52% is spent on salaries. When you look at our general operating budget, salaries account for 73%, so more than 2/3. And the general operating budget is the first two columns you find on that page. It's the portion of our budget that is funded through state appropriation and tuition, and it is primarily intended to pay for instruction of students and the administration it takes to make that happen. So you'll notice in the lower right-hand portion of the page that two of the fund groups have negative numbers on the planned operating results line. So these two deficits reflect a mix of both planned drawdowns on cash reserves, which had been saved up in advance, and it also reflects the impact of COVID-19, which has resulted in lower revenue and increased expenses. So the first item is the revenue bond operations, and as Judy and John have talked about their areas, the Edwardsville campus has 5 areas that we have sold bonds to finance buildings, and that includes housing, the university center, the student success center, the student fitness center, and parking. So when you look at that, we have a deficit or negative operating results of about $2.4 million. So for example, the planned items include, we set aside $350,000 in parking for work that is being done to upgrade the parking lots. That's a good thing. It means that we have savings that we set aside because we think it's important to maintain our facilities. However, there is the impact of COVID-19, which includes both lower revenue and higher expenses. So examples of the lower revenue is housing occupancy levels are down, and in a minute I'll get to what we budgeted and where we're at. And fewer students and employees are on campus, so fewer are dining on campus. We've also had a modest enrollment decrease, which impacts our fee revenue. On the expense side, our expenses are higher for all of the COVID-related things like installing plexiglass, cleaning supplies, those types of initiatives. It should be noted that even though we have negative operating results, we do have sufficient cash balances. You'll note at the bottom on the fund balance line of $12.4 million. It should also be noted that all the units are looking at cost containment measures, and we're doing updated forecasts based on these revised assumptions. So the second fund group is self-supporting activities, which for Edwardsville includes the School of Dental Medicine Clinic and a number of fee units like the information technology fee, the facilities fee, and the athletics fee. So it also is a mix of planned expenses, which include for the board approved School of Dental Medicine Advanced Care Clinic, but also is due to the impact of COVID-19 on the fee units and the SDM clinic. And for example, the information technology fee has had a number of additional costs in moving the campus into an online working and teaching learning environment, like remote environment. So it should be noted that we also have $41 million in cash reserves in that fund. And that should be noticed that that is the sum of the cash reserves for that fund group. We also have a cash reserves in the income fund, which is part of the general operating budget, which we have talked about in the past. And again, the fee units, when we had to do the budget, it was during the pandemic, it was during the work from home environment, and so now all the units are looking at additional cost containment measures. Then I'll ask you to turn to page 15, which is table B, and you'll notice that overall SIUE's budgeted revenue for this year is down 2.3% or 6.7 million from last year. It is primarily due to COVID-19 because of areas like enrollment, tuition, and fee revenue is down, housing occupancy levels, and dining services because there's fewer people on campus. It should also be noted that it includes a $3.3 million decrease in our projections for external grants and contracts. So this includes faculty applying for grants. We don't know exactly how many of them will be awarded, so we just have a conservative budget, and we only spend what we get on grant funding. So if we get less revenue, then we spend less. On the expense side, you'll notice that our budgeted expense this year is down 3.2% from last year. The main reason it's down is it includes timing of projects funded by the facilities fee. So last year we completed the Founders Hall renovation, and we are intentionally delaying the start of the next building renovation project to accumulate sufficient levels of cash reserves in order to do the project. That's partially offset by some higher expenses in the area of personal services. Our represented employees and the various unions have negotiated increases, salary increases of 2.75% this year that we had to plan for. We also have scholarship increases which provide funding to enhance affordability for students, and we have higher expenses in the IT fee account because we have had to move students and faculty staff to remote learning and working. With that, I will skip then to part 2 of my presentation, which is regarding where we're at now versus where we thought we were going to be. I'd like to focus on 4 areas of the budget. The first is enrollment. In order to be conservative, we had planned back in June on a 5% enrollment decrease. That was the best information that we had. So our budget includes about 12,400 students, which would be a decrease from last fall of about 653 students. And that was based on the best available information last June. So the good news is that we now have our fall 10th day enrollment numbers, and we came in at 12,860. So we were down 201 students, or about 1.5%. So instead of the 5% budgeted level, we actually were down 1.5%. The second area to focus on is the state appropriation. So the budget assumes a flat appropriation, which is what was approved by the state over the summer. But we do understand that after the election, after the results of the graduated income tax proposal, that the state may impose budget cuts on the Illinois public universities. So as a result, in our budget, we have included a 6% budget contingency in the general operating budget. So that means out of the $159.5 million, we are setting aside 6% or $9.5 million that we're not spending up until the time it would or would not be released. The third area I'd like to focus on is university housing. So housing, similar to Carbondale, has had its challenges this year as a result of the campus shifting some of the on-ground courses to an online format. As a result, some students chose not to live on campus this fall. So we had budgeted for occupancy in the residence halls and in the apartments of about 83%. However, our current occupancy level is 63%. As a result, housing is projected to be down about $4 million. We did start the year with healthy cash reserves. Housing has gone through a number of cost containment initiatives. They have unfilled positions. They have renegotiated contracts. They have fewer students as resident assistants, and they have reduced in other areas. And so as a result, we are redoing forecasts, and we are working on their budget. But it should also be noted that in addition, about 250 students who had planned to live here in the fall but decided not to had requested to defer their housing contracts until the spring term. So in the event that the COVID-19 situation would improve, some of those students may choose to live on campus. My fourth and final point is about cash reserves. We do have central cash reserves in the income fund and in other fund groups, and that will be helpful this year as rainy day funds as we address state budget uncertainties and also other COVID-19 related issues, including potential refunds, the cost of COVID testing for students and employees, cleaning supplies, plexiglass installation, training for faculty in online pedagogy, and additional IT costs related to remote learning and working. And with that, I will be glad to take any questions.
Any questions for Bill? President Mahoney?
Okay, well, that's our presentation of the budget. Are there any questions overall on the budget for us?
Well, from your standpoint, how do you think, in light of the situation we're in, how do you think we're doing on Edwardsville, Carbondale? I know Carbondale still has a lot of challenges ahead.
Mm-hmm. And I think, again, across all the budget, I think, given everything we've gone through, I think we've made a lot of, as they talked about, discussions about reductions. Bill just mentioned that, Judy mentioned reductions on the Carbondale campus. John mentioned reductions. I think we've done the reductions that we reasonably could do in a short period of time to help put us in the best financial position we could be at this point. Again, there's still a lot of uncertainty and challenges ahead, but I think they've managed the budget as well as possible. And I think there's still a lot that we need to do this year, but I'm comfortable with the work that they've done up to this point.
Okay. Any other questions of President Mahoney or Judy or John or Bill? Okay. Next, we will close the meeting and go into executive session. I move to close the meeting to the public for the purpose of considering pending, probable, or imminent court proceedings against or on behalf of the board, appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, and review of executive session minutes. The relevant sections of the Open Meetings Act statute that allow for the closed session are 5 ILCS 120/2, C, 1, 11, and 21. Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Ms. Whittington, please call the roll.
Curtis,
Yes.
Gear,
Yes.
Gilbert,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Hightower,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
Simmons,
Yes.
Tedrick.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. We're going to move into executive session. We'll move to the president's office where the board will go into executive session. They have the numbers to call.
I do.
Do we need to log off?
I don't know,
Yes.
Roger. I'm just going to leave this on, but on mute.
Roger, I muted you, so you'll be good if you are talking there. So.
I unmuted? Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're back from executive session, back into full board meeting. And I declare that the full board meeting recess and reconvene at the conclusion of the board's architectural and design committee meeting, which is going to be, that meeting will be postponed because the only item on that agenda has been pulled. So we're going to go into the committee meetings. The first committee meeting is that of the executive committee. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes held on December 5th, 2019. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? And either Roger, Trustee Tedrick, or Simmons, could one of you second, make the motion and second it?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. Simmons here.
Mr.
Trustee
Tedrick?
Tedrick, can you hear me? Well, okay, I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Let's call the roll.
Gilbert?
Yes.
Tedrick?
There you go.
Simmons?
Yes.
Okay, the minutes have been approved. The last item on the executive committee is the schedule of meetings of the Board of Trustees for 2021, Board Agenda Item K. Is there any discussion right now? The February 11th meeting will be in Edwardsville. The April 29th meeting will be in Carbondale. July 15th meeting will be in Springfield at the School of Medicine. The September 16th meeting next year will be at the School of Dental Medicine in Alton, and December 2nd back here back in Carbondale. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
And I'll second. Call the roll.
Gilbert?
Yes.
Tedrick?
Raise your hand, Roger. There you go. Thumbs up.
Simmons?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that item has been approved by the executive committee. There's no further business before the executive committee. This committee is adjourned. The next meeting is the Academic Matters Committee meeting. Dr. Hightower, will you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The meeting of the Academic Matters Committee is now in session. First, Dr. Kupchep, congratulations and welcome in your new role as Vice President for Academic Innovation Planning and Partnerships. Do you have any announcements?
Thank you, Dr. Hightower. I have a few announcements that I'd like to make. First of all, it's my honor to serve as SIU System Vice President. Our system has tremendous strengths that allow students to receive an education that prepares them as excellent graduates and to be future leaders. Academic innovations related to transition to telehealth in this new normal COVID era at SIUE will be highlighted in the presentation today. SIUC and the School of Medicine recently had the first Doctor of Medical Science program in Illinois approved, and this is only the 6th program in the country for physician assistants. Congratulations to all those involved. Discussions related to how we can maintain the quality of the experience for our learners and adapt during the COVID pandemic have been the centerpiece of the Illinois Board of Higher Education efforts. IBHE has focused on 4 strategies for students who are most at risk of not beginning or completing college. Those are first generation, low income, rural, African American, and Latinx students. The 4 strategies that have been outlined by IBHE are the Staying the Course public education campaign, which has been shared with our campuses. They have a pretty extensive campaign that can be used by our campuses as well. High school to college transition programs, equitable distribution of the governor's emergency education relief funds, which amount to $48 million for higher education, plus another $3 million in competitive funds that will be made available, and a fall opening committee that was constituted by IBHE to help with the COVID pandemic. Also, the IBHE is focusing on promoting access and success of underrepresented minority students. Our underrepresented reports, an underrepresented report today will show some of what SIUE system efforts are in achieving the same. We have started our work on a system-wide strategic planning endeavor to identify our common why, so to speak, or our systemness. I'm happy to report that Dr. Lakeisha Butler and John Politz will co-facilitate our strategic planning process. We will subsequently have committees for each goal that we develop, and we will develop objectives and metrics through those goal committees as we track indicators of our success. Those are my comments. Chair Hightower.
Thank you so much. And again, welcome. The next order of business is approval of minutes of the July 9th, 2020 meeting. May I have a motion?
Yes, so moved.
Second? Second? I'll second it. I'll second it. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Hightower,
Yes.
Gear,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Gupchup, we're going to just continue on with the rest of our agenda and ask you to take item number 3, proposed revision to Board of Trustee policies, change to export control policy amendment to 7 policy of the board in board agenda item L, and this will require committee approval. So would you continue on, please?
Thank you, Dr. Hightower. This matter seeks approval by the SIU Board of Trustees to amend 7 policies of Board Policy N, export control. The principal reason for this amendment is to incorporate the required export control training of faculty, staff, and administration as stipulated by the United States Department of Commerce. Export control training is one of 8 elements the U.S. Department of Commerce uses to determine if a university has an effective export control program on its campus. A proper training program or lack of training program is also a main factor in determining the monetary penalties a university would face by the U.S. Department of Commerce if an export control violation is found on campus. The secondary reason for the amendment is to allow for the placement of all additional export control policies, procedures, or campus-specific rules or regulations in the SIU System University Guidelines, Section 12, Export Controls. Director of Export Controls, Todd Wakeland, is on standby if there are any questions.
Thank you. Committee members, are there questions or comments from you?
No.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call a roll.
Hightower,
Yes.
Gear,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
Wonderful. Then the motion will move on to agenda item. Moving to number 4, information report. Would you continue on, please?
Thank you, Dr. Hightower. Each year, the Illinois Board of Higher Education provides public universities a template to complete the URG report, which is called the Underrepresented Groups Report. The template is shaped from the Illinois Public Agenda for College and Career Success, the IBHE Strategic Plan for Higher Education. This year's 2 topics that were included in the report as stipulated by IBHE were the completion rates for underrepresented student groups for this academic year compared to the previous year, and description of graduates identified with disabilities from our campuses. The report is available for your review. We would like to focus our presentation today on the positive processes that SIU campuses have implemented in the last 2 years that have spurred recruitment, retention, and diverse hiring. We have achieved positive outcomes that show the SIU system is moving forward admirably. Special thanks go to Jamie Ball, Todd Bryson, and Dr. Wendy Elamine from our campuses for the preparation of this report. I will let them provide brief highlights from their reports. Jamie, would you like to please start with Todd and Dr. Elamine to follow?
Thank you, Dr. Gubchuk. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. So good afternoon. I am Jamie Ball. I'm SIUE's Director for Equal Opportunity Access and Title IX Coordination. And in years past, we've used this time to show you a snapshot of the achievements and challenges that reflect the work that we've done to recruit, retain, and champion underrepresented groups. But a lot has changed since we took that snapshot last spring. The challenges of a global pandemic, combined with the powerful reckoning on racial justice, have come together to give us a formidable push toward innovation in the ways that we serve our students and towards scrutinizing and reimagining the structures that have contributed to race-based harms in our community. So accordingly, the information I'll share today will be a little less about where we were last year and more about where we are right now and where we're headed. So looking at our enrollment characteristics for the current year, we're encouraged to see that the proportion of underrepresented students at SIUE is the highest we've ever seen. And another measure of how we're doing is our retention rate. Our overall retention rate for the fall 2019 cohort was the second highest in our history at 77.95%. Broken down by racial groups, we see that we retained 93.2% of our Asian students, 65.9% of our Black students, 79.4% of our Hispanic students, 68.4% of our multiracial students, and 80.7% of our white students. Now, one area where we continue to be dissatisfied is the graduation rate for Black students. Now, there is a significant gap between the graduation rates for Black students and white students. And this is something that Chancellor Pembroke has been personally committed to moving the needle on. So you can expect to hear more about our focused efforts in this area in the coming months. But we've already taken some important steps, which we hope will help us to better support Black students. One such step was the creation of a social justice scholarship to support the recruitment, retention, and graduation of Black students. Also, to better focus and coordinate the student services, Dr. Courtney Bodie was recently named as our first Associate Dean of Students for Diversity and Inclusion. Now, these efforts are combined with the initiatives in academic affairs and additional strategies that will be implemented by the recommendations from our anti-racism task force. Now, looking at our most recent faculty cohort, with the leadership of Dean Robin Hughes of the School of Education, Health, and Human Behavior, the strategic hiring initiative was used to support a cluster hire of 3 new tenure-track Black faculty members. Additionally, the school expanded the excellence and representation of African Americans with the hire of another assistant professor, a full-time instructor, and a development director. Because we're seeing how the use of the strategic hiring initiative can yield powerful results, an additional $1 million has been committed to support this initiative. Now, taking a look at the leadership of our campus, we are also thrilled to be welcoming Dr. Morris Taylor as the new Vice Chancellor for Administration. The search for the new VCA yielded a strong and diverse field of candidates. And Dr. Taylor, as you know, brings with him a depth and breadth of experience, which make him extraordinarily well qualified for his role. And because of his many years of service to the university, he also brings with him a rich organizational knowledge, along with a fresh set of eyes with which to examine the critical questions facing the university's senior leadership team. And we're also looking forward to an expansion of the Chancellor's Council. Chancellor Pembroke has recently announced the creation of the Vice Chancellor for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion position. Dr. Cornell Thomas, Assistant Dean for Admissions and Student Services at the School of Dental Medicine, will be chairing the committee that will conduct a national search for our new Vice Chancellor, whom we hope to welcome in spring of 2021. The creation of this new Vice Chancellor position reflects our recognition of the need to elevate and expand the work of our Office of Institutional Diversity and Inclusion, which is led by Associate Chancellor Vanessa Brown. Under Dr. Brown's leadership, we have been recognized for 7 straight years with the Higher Education Excellence in Diversity Award from Insight into Diversity magazine. One of the distinctive events which helped to earn us this award is our annual Diversity Day, which will be virtual this year, so everyone can attend. And Dr. Brown would not forgive me if I didn't mention that Diversity Day is coming up on Thursday, October 15th. So everyone, please mark your calendars. Now, while we do have a lot to be proud of, we must stay mindful of all the work ahead. And to bring some additional focus and energy and accountability to this work, anti-racism has been chosen as the quality initiative focus. Now, we're eager to use the challenge and structure of this part of our accreditation process to bring the university community together around this critical objective. A part of what the Quality Initiative Project will reflect is the work of our anti-racism task force. Now, the goal of this task force has been to take a clear-eyed look at the community and then to identify some specific actionable next steps. The task force is comprised of a core council and 4 subcommittees, which in turn focus on the key areas of communication, access and success, curriculum, and the hiring, retention, and promotion of faculty and staff. And these subcommittees have just this last week submitted their final reports to the core council, who are now reviewing the recommendations and charting the course for the implementation and improvements and initiatives. So when she proposed the anti-racism task force, Dr. Jessica Harris, our assistant provost for academic equity and inclusive excellence, she reminded us of Dr. King's call to action in response to the fierce urgency of now. Now, for all of us, it's been a humbling privilege to try to heed that call in this moment that is asking so much of our university. So it's been my honor to tell you just a little bit about how we're trying to do that. So thank you for your attention, and I welcome your feedback and your questions.
I will save a couple of questions and comments until the end of all of the presentations. But let me say to you, outstanding presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Hightower.
You want me to go next, Dr. Gupchak?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Todd Bryson. I'm Interim Associate Chancellor for Diversity here at SIU Carbondale. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. SIU is fully committed to diversity and inclusivity. As you may know, our legacy includes a strong commitment to diversity and inclusivity from its earliest days back to some of its first students in the 1870s, and we're proud that our commitment is even stronger today. I'm pleased to announce the University Diversity Council has agreed to serve as the Chancellor's Task Force on Diversity and Inclusion and has added more members that represent our areas of the university, the community, and our alumni base. The newly formed task force has moved quickly to create a series of recommendations to the university, some of which have already been adopted or in process of being implemented. To be clear, SIU Carbondale is moving forward to better embrace our rich history of inclusive excellence. First, let's talk about student numbers. We are pleased to share some very good news that is further embedded in our overall enrollment news from this fall. Total minority enrollment, not counting our international students, for fall 2020 is up a full percentage point to 28% of the student body. International students represent another 8.1% of the student body. Overall enrollment was boosted by several positive factors. One of them was our increasing retention rate of all students, which now stands at more than 80%. This has steadily increased over the last few years. For fall to fall first year retention, minority retention climbed more than 15 percentage points from 2015 to 2019, up to 72%. First-time college cohorts, in terms of new group of the first-time college students, SIU Carbondale saw an increase of 216 African-American students in this cohort, an increase of nearly 3 times the fall 2019 class. African-American students make up 25.3% of the first-time college student cohort, which is a 4-year high. I'll note that African-Americans comprise just 14.6% of the Illinois population. We also saw an increase of more than 50% in our Hispanic student enrollment, a 53.3% increase in 2 or more races, and 7.3% increase in our white students. Our Hispanic first-time college student group is nearly 10% of the total cohort, but we recognize the Illinois demographics show Hispanic Latinx comprise 17.5% of the state population. So we have work to do there to ensure our student body reflects our state demographics. We now have 3 Hispanic Latinx admission recruiters, which will help us achieve this goal. For fall 2021, our goal is to increase our African-American first-time college student cohort from 25.3 to 27%. In the summer of 2021, we are launching the Dr. Seymour Bryson Future Scholars Program. This program is designed to provide incoming freshmen with support to overcome obstacles to succeed in college. Moving on to our faculty and staff numbers. We have long noted that our percentage of some of our faculty and staff demographics are not where we want them to be. In fall of 2019, 7.1% of the faculty and staff were African-American, which is an increase of 34 faculty and staff from 2018. We know this does not reflect our student body and often leads to students who find barriers in finding a faculty or staff member who best understands them. Already this year, the Chancellor and Provost announced intentions to add 3 faculty members to the Africana Studies program. And although we do not know the demographics of these faculty members, we are confident that many African-American students will identify with the faculty in this program. This fall, we are happy to announce that there are 4 students in our Diversifying Higher Education Faculty in Illinois Fellowship Program. The previous 2 years, there were only 2 fellows. Thanks to President Mahoney, the Chancellor and the Provost have been introduced to the Southern Illinois Regional Education Board in Atlanta. This organization will facilitate SIU's cardinal ability to recruit underrepresented scholars in doctoral programs and help the university attract applicants and nominations for faculty members who are underrepresented. Combining these efforts will begin to make a difference to the diversity of our faculty. This new partnership will also help underscore to the deans, directors, chairs, and faculty members of the university commitment to ensuring we do everything we can to proactively seek underrepresented applicants in our search pools for open faculty positions. Looking at faculty hiring data, we have done better to address our diversity through the hiring of non-tenure track faculty as compared to tenure track faculty. Again, we know we have much to do, and we will do it in the collaboration between the Provost's Office of the Associate Chancellor for Diversity, and the Task Force on Diversity and Inclusion. This year, university intends to hire 25 tenure track faculty with the aim of them joining SIU Cardinal fall of 2021. Our goal is to ensure that at least 20% of the new tenure track hires are African-American, and at least 30% of all hires are from an underrepresented group. We are confident that if we're intentional about creating a workforce that better matches our diverse student population, those whom we serve, that we'll achieve this goal. Let me close with a few things that we've already accomplished this fall. Our student code of conduct has been updated to underscore the importance of, to all SLUKIs, to respect the ideals of being an inclusive campus. The Affirmative Action Office, which is moving to be a direct report of the Associate Chancellor for Diversity, will revamp and re-energize existing anti-bias training for faculty, staff, and students as they participate on search committees for open positions. We have also moved the Student Multicultural Resource Center to report to the Associate Chancellor for Diversity. The Task Force on Diversity and Inclusion is planning a robust schedule of events and activities for our annual Diversity Week to be held in October. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, Dr. Gupchak.
Just continue on.
Good
Medical.
afternoon. I think that is he trying to speak off of mute?
He is.
I'll go ahead. Okay, I am Dr. Wendy Wills-Elamine. I'm the Associate Dean of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion here at Southern Illinois University School of Medicine. I am also a family physician and an academic strategist for our school. At SIU School of Medicine, we have a comprehensive equity, diversity, and inclusion ecosystem, and this consists of 6 elements. I wanted to familiarize the board with these elements because this infrastructure is fundamental for our success. We focus on these 6 areas of affinity groups, supporting education, curriculum, and assessment, policies, procedures, and compliance, research, innovation, and scholarship, community and global health, academic enhancement, and medical pipelines. Just to provide you with a little bit of background information, the medical school has a very low attrition rate. We have a 97% completion rate of all of our students overall in a 10-year period. Our students who are underrepresented in medicine have ranged from between 89 to 100% completion in the last 5 years. and we are in the 92nd percentile of medical schools nationally for the number of underrepresented in medicine students. Today, I would like to focus on our pillar of academic enhancement and medical pipelines. This area is one of our greatest successes, and our flagship program is our MedPrep program. We have a new director, Dr. Randy Burnside, who started in June. And since the inception of the program in 1972, it has been instrumental in helping students to enter into medical and dental school. Over 1,167 students have entered. And in the last 20 years, we've had 489 students to matriculate through medical and dental school. In the last 2 years, we've had 41 students who've had the opportunity to enter into medical and dental school. So I also wanted to highlight one of our other pipeline programs, and that's our physician pipeline program, which is in its 11th year of working with our school districts in the area. It's a 9th through 12th year program. And this program has been very successful. We're starting to see some of these medical students inside of our SIU schools. Recently, we had one of our graduates to actually choose to attend SIU Carbondale, and she received the Chancellor's Award. So just to shift to some of these significant successes, I wanted to now focus on areas that are in urgent need of improvement, and that's recruitment and retention of our underrepresented in medicine faculty and also our residents. And our anti-racism task force has 4 different subcommittees that are working on addressing retention and recruitment. And that's looking at subcommittees that are focusing on metrics, training, policies and procedures, organizational analysis, and they are beginning to work on implementing some of these strategies that will hopefully result in an increase in the number of students who are going into our residency programs and also more minority faculty. So this era of COVID has forced us to really develop more virtual platforms, but I think that this is going to be an opportunity for us to introduce more faculty nationally to SIU School of Medicine, which could potentially be another format for us to recruit. And I'm hoping that we'll also be able to reach out to more medical students nationally to bring them into SIU School of Medicine, into the residency program. So in conclusion, for us to do this work, we need to place the same rigor, focus, and most importantly, resources to addressing the issues of equity, diversity, and inclusion across every aspect of SIU. The dueling crisis of COVID and racism in America have underscored both the importance of the work that we're doing in our Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and just how financially under-resourced we currently find ourselves. To be honest, it is difficult to focus on the long-term range planning, the strategy, and the goal achievement when our small office and part-time faculty is overcommitted to contending with the mitigating the daily trauma and emergencies that have been arising. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupchip, and the 3 presenters for such an outstanding report. Are there questions from our committee or from the board of trustees in general, in that one of our primary focus right now is the recruitment and retention of both students and faculty across the board? Are there questions or comments at this time from anyone on the board?
I would just say that I think we're moving in the right direction, and I think that this is going to produce a lot of good results on each of the campuses. And it was a good report from everyone.
I agree with that as well, Mr. Chair. One of the comments you made was, in one of my favorite terms of all time, intentional act, intentional effort. This is an intentional effort that the SIU system under the leadership of Dr. Mahoney is making, and it's very good to see. So I'm going to ask, going forward, Dr. Mahoney, that as our chancellors make their presentation to the board at our board meetings, we touch on the efforts whether it's in the academic affairs or in the chancellor's report, how we are continuing to move forward in this effort of recruitment, retention of underrepresented, including minority students, faculty, and so on. We don't want to lose this momentum. While it's a priority right now across the country, we could easily lose focus or lose that momentum. And we're going to ask you, Dr. Mahoney, to however way you want to arrange this, we keep giving some type of update as we go forward in this process, if you don't mind.
No, I think that'd be a great idea. That's, I know what both chancellors are trying to focus on their key priorities, and this is going to be a key priority for both of them. So it makes sense during the reports to summarize what they're doing relative to the diversity. We can definitely do that.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes.
I would like to make a comment. I'm very pleased with the 3 reports from all the 3 campuses on this, but I'm more pleased with Dr. Lane giving Africana Studies 3 positions, faculty lines in the near future. And I'm very happy to see that, because that department is basically dying for last 15 years. And I had first-hand knowledge of that department. So thank you, Dr. Lane, for considering them. And overall, I'm very happy to see all the 3 reports. Thank you.
Wonderful. Dr. Gupchap, would you continue on with the information and then continue right into the transition to telehealth, please?
Certainly, Dr. Hightower. Thank you to Ms. Ball, Mr. Bryson, and Dr. El-Amin for your excellent reports. The next item is the Program Quality Assurance reports for 2019. Consistent with the Illinois Public Agenda for College and Career Success, this Program Quality Assurance report that you find in your materials presents the results of the university's most recent accreditation and program reviews. The report includes, for the SIU system, a list of programs that are accredited by outside agencies along with their status, the results of non-accredited program reviews, and identification of programs flagged for various issues, the schedule of reviews for all programs, whether or not they are accredited through the academic year 2027. The report has been presented for your review and shows that the SIU system is firmly committed to academic quality, improvement, and innovation. The Associate Provosts, Lizette Chevalier and Elsa Ibrosheva, are on standby if you have any questions.
No questions.
Hearing no questions, I will move on to the presentation, transitions to telehealth and continuity of patient care during the pandemic. It's my pleasure today to introduce to you the 2 faculty members who will be leading the presentation, Dr. Chris Herndon and Mrs. Jamie Henderson. Dr. Herndon is a professor of pharmacy practice at the SIU East School of Pharmacy. Currently, Dr. Herndon sees chronic pain and opioid use disorder patients within a family medicine residency clinic. Dr. Herndon is the immediate past president of the Society for Pain and Palliative Care Pharmacists. He is the 2012 recipient of the Academic Pain Educator of the Year Award from the American Society of Pain Educators, the 2016 Pharmacist of the Year Award from the Illinois Pharmacists Association, and the 2018 recipient of the Distinguished Service Award from the American Pain Society. He received his Bachelor and Doctor of Pharmacy degrees from St. Louis College of Pharmacy and completed a geriatric specialty residency at the University of New Mexico Health Sciences Center. Mrs. Jamie Henderson is a proud alumni of SIUE. She returned to the university in 2017 to serve as clinic coordinator of the SIUE Speech Language Hearing Center, which is part of the Department of Applied Health in the School of Education, Health, and Human Behavior. Mrs. Henderson supervises speech language pathology graduate students as they complete their on-campus clinical practicum in the university clinic, where they serve children and adults with communication disorders. Mrs. Henderson coordinates the off-campus clinical rotations for graduate clinicians as well as supervises them in high-impact community outreach events for speech, language, and hearing screenings. Recently, Mrs. Henderson was integral to ushering in telepractice to expand treatment modalities in the SIUE Speech Language Hearing Center to provide opportunity for continued speech and language services for the community and clinical training for SIUE graduate students. We're pleased that you're here today. You also have with you your students, Meredith Huffman and Mackenzie Burse, with you, and I would request that you kindly introduce them when you present. Doctors Herndon and Henderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and I'll get started. I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay. Thank you. And I would like to highlight how 2 SIUE clinical programs responded to remote learning and lockdown conditions in our region due to COVID-19. Our big challenge was to quickly find alternative clinical training methods for our graduate students who need experiential learning as part of their program requirements. And certainly we were also very concerned with meeting the needs of our community members who rely on our programs to provide much needed healthcare. So telehealth or telepractice became a viable option with some fundamental components put in place. We had to be prepared to comply with ever-changing state and federal regulations regarding telehealth. We're always compelled to follow best practice guidelines for patient outcomes. And of course, we had to choose which software platform we were going to use for our telehealth practice. So at the Speech, Language, and Hearing Center, we had to pause our face-to-face sessions in March, but we transitioned to telepractice during April and May and began to provide services via Zoom in June. So here is a visual of a Zoom language therapy session going on. And the clinical supervisor is observing here. Her video is turned off, but she's there. She's supervising 100% of the session, and she'll jump in if she needs to. The parent is also right there. You see the parent's arm. She's there assisting. And here is our student clinician, and she's there directly engaging the client, and she's being really creative. She even has a green screen right here to do some neat things with virtual backgrounds, to do some fun activities with our client. And you can see right here, she's got a happy customer. So our graduate student clinician today is Mackenzie Burris, and she's from Swansea, Illinois. She is a second-year graduate clinician in our speech pathology graduate program here at SIUE. And let's hear from her now. So Mackenzie felt obligated to attend her motor speech disorders class. And so she sends her apologies for not being present today for this meeting, but we recorded a very brief video for you all to hear from her about her telepractice experience. Please let me know if you have issues with the audio.
It had been since March that I got to provide any real clinical face-to-face. We did some simulated cases, but I was really missing that face-to-face, getting to practice my skills and clinical expertise and stuff. So I was really excited for that because I missed doing that. But I was also very nervous because teletherapy is not something that we have ever done or ever practiced in our program. So, and it's fairly new in our field. So I was nervous to how the heck am I going to do this? That first session, we just kind of jumped in like there was no time in between that first session. And when I last saw him, it obviously took some getting used to for him, the expectations of teletherapy, but really he made it seem like it wasn't any different than when we were in face-to-face.
Oh, wow. Really? Kids are so adaptable sometimes.
Yeah.
So talk about the role of his parent who had to actually play a larger role this time and facilitate and kind of be right there with him physically in the room, helping him throughout the session. So talk a little bit about what the role was for his parent.
Yes, his mom was great. Every session, she would sit right next to my client. My client has he's a mover and a shaker. So she was really great in redirecting him if he would get off topic or off track from the session, redirecting him to look at the screen and say his words and targets. And I just feel like it got her more involved in my therapy sessions because, yeah, when we're face-to-face in the clinic, she can watch on the computers, but with teletherapy, she was right there interacting with the sessions and really guiding him since we couldn't. I was very grateful for teletherapy because ever since from March to June when we started, my client had not been getting any services and he really relies on these services. So she was just very thankful that we were able to do this and give him this opportunity because without it, he would just continue to go without speech therapy. And she told us that she saw improvement with my client and she was so happy with teletherapy that she even signed up again, and they are currently receiving teletherapy services via the clinic this semester. Given me such a leg up with my clinical experience. I have been talking to my externship supervisor who I will be with later this semester, and she said that she is so jealous that I got this experience in graduate school and she did not, and that if her and I were sitting in an interview right now, I would have this experience over her just because of the times. And she's been thrown into this teletherapy too, and she obviously wishes that she had this experience in graduate school where I can rely on my clinical supervisor and all the clinical faculty and my fellow cohort. So it's really given me a leg up and given me something that not all the professionals in the field have experienced, and has really tested my clinical creativity and flexibility. With teletherapy, you need to be very creative and very flexible. So I feel like it has really helped me grow as a clinician in all areas. It had been since March.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Chris Herndon and his student to talk about what they're doing in the School of Pharmacy.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd really like to take this opportunity to thank the board for the opportunity to showcase our amazing students and their impact on the community. Next slide, please. Just as a brief background, currently myself and one of my colleagues here at the School of Pharmacy provide care in a large 60 provider clinic in O'Fallon, Illinois. And we also, like the speech and language pathology group, had to pivot rather quickly to continue to provide patient care as well as to provide learning experiences from a clerkship standpoint for our students. And it's my great pleasure to introduce one of these superstar students, Meredith Huffman. Next slide, please. Ms. Huffman completed her undergraduate coursework here at SIUE, and I'm pleased to say she'll be graduating in May with both her Doctor of Pharmacy and her Master's of Business Administration. And she hopes to complete a residency training program after graduation. And I'd like to let her tell you all a little bit about her experiences.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for that introduction. I would also like to thank the board for having me today to speak on my personal experience. So the site that I'm focusing on is HSHS St. Elizabeth's in O'Fallon, Illinois. My fourth year pharmacy rotation was with Dr. Chris Herndon and his team. So our fourth year rotations are also known as our Advanced Pharmacy Practice Experiences, or our APPEs. They consist of 8 5-week-long clinical rotations at a variety of sites. These rotations allow for us to apply the knowledge and the skills that we've been cultivating in the 3 years to real-world practice. It also gives us the chance to further develop our professional competence and then our competence as well. Traditionally, these are completed on site. However, as we all know, COVID has really changed the definition of normal. It's really impacted our direct patient care as well as our clinical teaching. Because of all the uncertainty and the efforts to decrease the spread of COVID, we've had a lot of sites actually retract offers for student placements. So in turn, this has caused some really abrupt changes in our rotation schedules, which requires a significant amount of flexibility from our students as well as our faculty. Despite these unforeseen circumstances, we've had an absolutely amazing experiential education department team that's been working tirelessly to ensure that we've all had placements so that we're all on track to graduate on time. Next slide, please. So arguably one of the biggest things that COVID has created is an entirely new platform for professional practice and education. Originally, when I had started this rotation, St. Elizabeth's was allowing students on site. We were still conducting a majority of our visits with patients via phone calls or Zoom sessions, which we actually found to enhance patient access, as patients were still able to discuss concerns and talk with their provider despite not being in office. Additionally, we saw a decrease in our no-show rates as patients were allowed to have appointments from the comfort of their own home and not being as concerned about going out into the public and risking exposure. Unfortunately, in the middle of our rotation, I did test positive for COVID. Luckily, because the site was already successfully using telehealth, they were able allowed for an uninterrupted rotation, which originally had been a very big concern of mine. Despite being sick, we were still able to complete all required hours needed for graduation. My COVID symptoms were very mild, luckily, and so we were able to develop a really good schedule that took into consideration how I was feeling and recuperating, and allowed us to continue to provide great patient care, great topic discussions, as well as complete required presentations and projects for the rotation. So despite the success that we see with telehealth and with virtual learning, there are some obstacles to this new method. So we do lack the face-to-face interaction with patients, which, as we know, results in an incomplete overall assessment of our patients. Additionally, we have a new concern, which could be electronic glitches and poor internet connectivity, which is what is keeping us in contact. For all those involved, students, providers, and patients alike, an overall understanding of the programs required for telehealth and virtual learning to be successful is also necessary. However, despite these obstacles, I believe that we're successfully navigating the uncharted territory in order to both provide the best learning experiences as well as patient care that's possible. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions from the board, committee?
No, thank you. Very, very interesting report.
Very much so. Well, Dr. Gupchap, I want to thank you and our presenters for, again, calling it to our attention that we have a new platform for how we are going to conduct business going forward. And you know, while there are some cons, there are so many other pros that goes along with how we're conducting business and what we're doing. So great presentation, and we certainly appreciate you providing this to the full board today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Dr. Gupchap, anything else from you?
No, Dr. Hightower, that's it. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you to our health professionals for continuing to touch lives, even during this difficult time. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We look forward to working with you in the future and moving the SIU system forward. This completes our business for the Academic Matters Committee, Mr. Chair, and we'll turn it back over to you.
Dr. Hightower, can I make a comment real quick?
Sure,
Mr. Finance Committee
Mr. Simmons.
Mr. Tedrick, you may proceed.
Mr. Mr. Simmons wanted to make a comment.
Oh,
I just wanted to remind all of our board members that your committee, Ed, or Dr. Hightower, and those hearing from the students, that's why we're all here and doing what we're doing. And I just want to say great job, and please continue to bring the students forward and let us hear from them and their successes. That means the world to me, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Again, this is what we're here for, as you stated, for the young people. So thank you so much.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Mr. Simmons. The next meeting is the Finance Committee meeting. Mr. Tedrick, you may proceed.
Okay, just one more comment about kind of like Mr. Simmons. I'm always surprised at the breadth and quality of our students when they present. We have some real bright students, don't we?
That's
okay,
right.
The Finance Committee meeting is now in session. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the meeting held July 9th. Do I have a motion to approve?
Moved. Second.
Madam Secretary, please perform the roll call vote.
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
Madam Secretary.
May proceed.
Yes.
Do you need my vote?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Committee item 2 proposes approval for proposed tuition rate, Doctor of Medical Science degree that we just heard about, School of Medicine. Dean Cruz, will you speak to this item?
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much. So this is under item M, or under tab M in the book. The Doctor of Medical Science degree, as we heard earlier, is an academic degree in the physician assistant program. It was approved by the Illinois Board of Higher Education on August 4th, and we're ready to roll with this now. Dr. Deemer, the program director for the PA program, has proposed a $600 per credit hour tuition, which for the 2-semester degree would amount to $22,000 at the lower end of the range of this degree throughout the country. We also heard earlier that this is a new and emerging degree that's in popular demand. We think we'll get a lot of students for this one for sure. That's really pretty much it. So I'll thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dean Cruz. Anybody have any comments? Madam Secretary, please perform the roll call vote.
Hedrick?
Yes.
Curtis?
Yes.
Graham?
Yes.
Sharma?
Yes.
And the item is approved by this committee. Committee item 3 proposes approval for proposed revision to alternate tuition program, active duty military students. Chancellor Pembroke.
Thank you, Chair Tedrick. This proposal seeks to extend the active duty military rate beyond those active duty military and reserve unit National Guard members to civilians in the Department of Defense. The program would set a rate at $250 per semester hour, which coincides with the military tuition assistance program. It would be applicable to undergraduate and graduate students. It would also waive the additional differential charges for business and engineering. There are approximately 5,000 civilian employees at Scott Air Force Base. We think that we could attract 50 to 100 in our first year, and this would make us more competitive in that market.
Anybody have any comments? Thank you, Chancellor Pembroke. Madam Secretary, please perform the roll call vote.
Hedrick?
Yes.
Curtis?
Yes.
Graham?
Yes.
Sharma?
Yes.
And the motion carries. Item number 4 has been tabled. And Mr. President, I understand that that will be revisited and brought to the executive committee prior to October 14th.
That is true, yes.
Okay, thank you. Committee item 5 proposes approval of fiscal year 2021 operating budget. President Mahoney.
Yeah, we presented it earlier, so we've gone over most of the presentation, but there was a question about the Carbondale budget, so I'll ask Judy Marshall to address that at this point.
Thank you. Yes, I have shared, and I hope some of you or all of you have had a chance to see it. I've shared some information on the actual results from FY20 in the two areas of concern, which are revenue bond operations and self-supporting activities. Going back to the beginning of July a year ago, revenue bond operations started the year with a cash reserve of about $12.5 million. We had put forth a budget and approved a budget for FY20 that showed them losing about, or operating at a deficit. I shouldn't say they lost it, but operating at a cash shortfall of 5.7 million during FY20, and that's exactly where they ended up. So we go into this year, they have positive cash of $6.8 million. The three primary areas within revenue bond operations that are currently operating and using their reserves would be housing, as I mentioned earlier, and I'll talk about that in a little more detail, the student medical benefit or the health service facility and the student center. Primarily it's housing. Last year they had a shortfall of about $4.5 million and are budgeted to do about the same this year. Reasons for that is this year they're giving up $1.2 million in revenue, as I mentioned earlier, by closing 2 weeks sooner in the fall. We plan to end most in-person instruction the week before Thanksgiving. Most students will leave the residence halls. There are a few that will need to stay for one reason or another. So instead of charging those students for fall for 16 weeks, as we typically would, they receive bills for 14 weeks. We had 1,820 students that impacted, or a total for us of $1.2 million in revenue that we won't be collecting. They also are in single rooms this year. Obviously for safety reasons, we don't want to be rooming students together, but we did start that last year, which was part of the operating at a shortfall last year. We had too much capacity to fit everyone into Thompson Point during FY20. So we chose to open the towers. There was too much pressure on the dining facility over on West Campus, and there was just too many to have in one place. So in opening the towers, it did result, and they knew that going in and planned for it, it did result in using some of their cash reserves last year. Another thing that housing has done the last 3 years that they will no longer be required to do, and I believe I mentioned this as well, but I don't think I gave numbers, they have been providing housing scholarships to help the students' financial aid packages. That was instituted in part to take some of the pressure off the tuition waivers. And at the time that started, housing was sitting on a fairly significant cash reserve. That has cost them about $7.5 million in the last 3 years. And we have recognized that is not financially sustainable for them anymore, and it will be ending. They are cutting costs. As I mentioned, we're cutting 6% of the general operating budget. I don't know that they have a specific percent identified, but Vice Chancellor Stetler and Housing Director Schaefer and the others involved are very closely watching the bottom line. And above all, we will ensure that we, as a system, meet the debt service ratios as required by the bond covenant. So other contributors, as I mentioned, the student medical benefit, they do currently carry a cash balance of about $900,000, but they did operate with a shortfall during 20. We project they might as well this year. They are incurring some additional costs, as you might imagine, from the COVID-19 issues. They've had to buy different extra supplies, staff up a little bit, the cost of testing, those type of things. And then the other area that has started to struggle is the student center, an aging building, needs a lot of upkeep, and it was complicated for them. They were one of our main revenue losers in the spring and summer. Events that they would have hosted, such as high school proms, wedding receptions, camps, conferences, food service, bookstore, all shut down for a number of months. So that did take a toll on their revenue. With that said, we still expect revenue bond operations at the end of FY21 to have positive cash, albeit not a large reserve, and we are all working to turn that around and make that a little bit of a stronger balance. Questions on revenue bonds that I might answer for you?
Any other discussion?
I'll talk about self-supporting if you want me to.
Yes, please.
Okay. The other area that is budgeted to operate with a planned operating result in the negative is self-supporting activities. And that is primarily due to one area, the athletic fund. Our intercollegiate athletics program has operated at a deficit for a number of years. I personally have met with several of the board members in the past to help start a plan to turn that around. Clearly it didn't happen in a year or a few months, and we're not going to fix it in a short period of time, but The athletic director has been charged this year, and she's done it, with cutting their spending by $3 million. She did spend $1 million last year, so they're on the right track, a long way to go. As you can see, if you've looked at the material I shared, their cash balance starting this fiscal year is a negative $47 million. And they will probably operate at a deficit of $4 to $5 million this year, which is half of what they did 2 years ago, but it's still not acceptable, and we recognize that. I think maybe the chancellor might want to speak to that in a little more detail.
Yeah, thanks, Judy, and great job on the update. As Judy mentioned, you know, when I arrived, I guess a couple of months ago, this was something that stood out for me. We've been working on this for about 3.5 months. As you can see, we've shaved about $3 million. We'll continue to shave in those areas. We'll be much more efficient, and that's phase one. We have a phase 2 and a phase 3 designed as well that we're talking about now that will lower even more what we're doing in that particular area. So, you know, the work continues. As Judy mentioned, we didn't get there overnight. And so our phased approach, or our plan, is to really, you know, get that down. You've heard about us freezing the hiring. We mentioned chilling the hiring across the university, but in athletics, we put that on what we call a freeze to make sure that those holes don't get any deeper. But I want to applaud Liz and her team. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it's something that we have to focus on, and that's what we're faced with.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or discussion or comments? Is there a motion for the Finance Committee to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Hendrick,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
And the item is approved by this committee. Committee item 6 proposes approval of purchase of physician's coverage, School of Medicine. Dean Cruz.
Yes, this is for pediatric general surgeons. It's with a locum tenens company named, surprisingly, locumtenens.com. This is part of our comprehensive children's hospital that we do jointly with HSHS St. John's Hospital. We have one. We need 2 for coverage. They're very difficult to find, actually. And it's needed for good care of children. It's also needed to maintain level 3 certification for the neonatal intensive care unit and level 2 for pediatric trauma service. It is for $1,380,000. That would be the maximum amount for 1 year. And that's it.
All right, any discussion or comments, questions? Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
Madam Secretary, will you call the roll?
Hendrick,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
And this item is approved by this committee. Committee item 7 approves or proposes approval of removal of 21 parking spaces from Revenue Bond System, SIUE. Vice Chancellor Walker, will you present?
Sure, happy to. For several years now, SIUE has been marching through the campus and demolishing our tract houses on the Edwardsville campus. These tract houses are the original farmhouses from when the campus was initiated some 50, 60 years ago. These houses are greatly deficient in their use of energy. Their maintenance costs are high. They don't meet current code. And so we have seen this as a way of better using all of our campus assets. The building that we're demolishing is now empty and is the last tract house on campus, with one exception. The We have one that is rented to a private credit union, and they maintain it and pay the bills entirely on it. This is the last one of ours that we're responsible for. So it's scheduled to demolish because we no longer need the building or the adjoining parking lot. And that's what's in front of you today. But once this house is gone, it gets us out of the tract house business completely. However, in order to delete the adjoining small parking lot, the bond covenants require the Board of Trustees action. So this matter seeks approval to remove the 21 parking spaces from the revenue bond system that are no longer needed.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion or comments? Is there a motion for the Finance Committee to approve this item?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Edric,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
Okay, this item is approved by the committee. Committee item 8 proposes approval of salary and appointment, interim dean, College of Ag, Life and Physical Science at SIUC. Chancellor Lane, would you present?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Tedrick and Mr. Chairman, members of the board, President Mahoney, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am pleased to recommend the hiring of Scott Ishman as the interim dean of the College of Agricultural, Life, and Physical Sciences. Dr. Ishman holds a full professor in the School of Earth Systems and Sustainability. He began his career at SIU as an assistant professor in the Department of Geology in 1999 and was named Associate Dean of the College of Science in 2014. He served as interim dean of the College of Science from 2017 until the creation of the College of Agricultural Life and Physical Sciences on July 1st, 2020. Today's appointment will formally approve his interim appointment of this new college, which was officially established on July 1 as part of the university's academic reorganization. He has proven himself as a trusted administrator who is committed to student success and faculty excellence. And I will tell you, I've been out with him a few times already across campus and working with not only our state reps and some other senators who are very interested in our particular program here in the Agricultural Life and Physical Sciences. And he's done an outstanding job in a very short time in that role. In making this recommendation, the provost and I took into consideration feedback from key stakeholders in the College of Agricultural Life and Physical Sciences. And I'm delighted to bring forward Dr. Ishman for your consideration.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any discussion or comments or questions? Is there a motion for the Finance Committee to approve this item?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Secretary, please perform the roll call vote.
Edric,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
This item is approved by the committee.
Thank you.
Committee item 9 proposes approval of salary and appointment, Vice Chancellor for Administration at SIUE. Chancellor Pembroke.
Thank you, Chair Tedrick. It is my great pleasure to recommend Dr. Morris Taylor for the position of Vice Chancellor for Administration at SIUE. Dr. Taylor came to SIUE in 1997. He has served in many capacities, including Chair of Public Administration and Public Administration and Policy Analysis for 6 years. He served as Chair of the University Planning and Budget Council for 4 years. He's been a major influence in many areas, including public safety, human resources, financial management, planning and budgeting, and public service. This recommendation comes as a result of a national search. We brought 3 finalists to campus. We actually did bring them to campus for a real visit rather than Zooming, because we thought facilities were important in this position and that the finalists should see that. I wanted to share a few comments that I received from the search committee and those who interacted with Dr. Taylor regarding why he is the perfect person for this position. They said that he builds coalitions, he has established faculty relationships, a great understanding of diversity at SIUE. He is dedicated to this institution, having been here for 23 years. and he believes strongly in shared governance. He also, just so that you know, was a police officer in St. Louis Metro and St. Louis County from 1972 to 1978. I'm pleased that there is a crossover period of 2 weeks where Vice Chancellor Walker is still here and before Dr. Taylor starts, so they've had a chance to work together, Will, for the last 2 weeks of September. I recommend to you Dr. Taylor's appointment as Vice Chancellor of Administration starting October 1.
Thank you, Chancellor. Anybody have any questions or comments? Madam, do I have the motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Please, Madam Secretary, please perform the roll call vote.
Hedrick,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
And the item is approved by this committee. Item number 10 is an information item on the annual debt compliance report. Vice President Stuckey, will you present?
Thank you. The current annual, the current outstanding principal on all our debt at the university is about $213 million. That was issued over 14 different sales dating back to as early as 1999. The original principal that was borrowed was over $400 million. So it's about half paid off. Several years ago, our bond counsel, Chapman and Cutler, recommended that as a best practice, we should conduct an annual review of all the issues to be sure we were in full compliance with all the various requirements that apply to each issue. They also recommended that the Finance Committee receive a report regarding the results of the compliance review. The detailed report is largely conducted by the Treasury staff. As the report says, we are in full compliance of all requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? All right. If there's no further business before the Finance Committee, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Tedrick. As I said earlier, the Architectural and Design Committee meeting is canceled for the day, and those matters will be picked up at the next board meeting. The full board meeting is now reconvened. The first item is the approval of minutes. The next approval of minutes of the July 9th, 2020. Is there a motion to approve these minutes?
So moved.
Oh, second.
Been moved and seconded. Ms. Whittington, please call the roll.
Curtis,
Yes.
Gear,
Yes.
Gilbert,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Hightower,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
Simmons,
Yes.
Tedrick.
Yes.
Okay, the minutes are approved. Are there any trustee reports? Hearing none, the next committee report, I will report that the executive committee has not met between board meetings. Our next item of business is executive officers report. President Mahoney, will you present your report for the SIU system?
Yeah, and I'm going to focus on a few things today, probably under two categories. One is access and equity, and the other would be planning. So the first thing is, I think, our biggest announcement for today, which we're very excited about, which is the SIU Systems Commitment Scholarship Program. This is a new scholarship program that we'll have both at SIUE and SIUC. This will provide students from families with income less than $63,575 and with assets less than $50,000 to cover all of their tuition and mandatory fees without any loans or out-of-pocket costs. This will be applied to available for all new in-state freshman students starting in fall 21. The costs for their education will be covered by a combination of Pell Grants, state scholarships such as MAP, and institutional aid. Essentially, this is the last dollar approach. So once they get the aid from all of those other places, the institution will cover whatever is remaining on their tuition and mandatory fees. It's important to get this out there now because there's a lot of things that people have to do in order to be eligible for the program, including completing the FAFSA applying by the priority deadline. All of these details will be available soon, but as students for fall 21 are starting the process of filling out those forms and applying for scholarships, it's important that we get that out now. Again, I applaud both campuses for coming up with the program and actually coming together and working together as a system to develop the SIU System Commitment Scholarship Program. There are a lot of details to work through, and they work through those together. This really will provide an opportunity for students from lower income families to be able to afford to go to college. So again, this is very much an access issue, and I applaud the chancellors and their staff for working so well on developing this program. Second thing I'll talk about is somewhat related. It was announced just about a day or two ago, SIUE has now gone test optional for fall 2021 applicants. So both SIUC and SIUE are both test optional for applicants. In addition, students can earn merit scholarships without test scores. So that's not true. At some schools where they're test optional for admission, they're not test optional for merit scholarships, which then puts students at a disadvantage who don't have the test score. So students at both schools will be able to both be admitted and be eligible for merit scholarships without submitting their test scores. And as I've talked about many times before, the tests tend to be culturally and socioeconomically biased. So removing the need for test scores, both in admissions and merit scholarships, really allows for more equity and really relies much more on high school performance, which is by far the best predictor of college academic performance. So again, another issue of equity and fairness. As we talked about a little bit earlier, is our diversity initiatives are also tied to some of these decisions on test optional. I think Dr. Hightower said it next. It's a priority in a lot of places now, but we want it to be a priority here next year and the year after and the year after that. And this is something we'll continue to focus on, not just in this moment. So we'll continue to work on doing things to address systemic racism, such as we just did with the test optional, and that work is actively continuing. I will say right now, in addition to the URG report, the Unrepresented Group report we talked about earlier, we're developing a new assessment model for the SIU system, and I'm working with Chief Diversity Officers as well as Dr. McNeese on identifying what data we have, what data we need to start developing, but we'll have a much more comprehensive assessment of all of the areas of diversity, equity, inclusion, everything from recruiting students and retaining students, graduating students, to recruiting, retaining faculty and staff, as well as how we're changing our curriculum, how we're addressing policy changes across the system. So we'll have a much more extensive assessment system going forward. We're actively working on that right now. I want to say we do have another conversation of understanding focused on race-based trauma coming up on September 21st. So this will be our third conversation of understanding, and again, will include faculty, staff, and as Trustee Simmons suggested, students. We always are including students as part of these conversations, and they've been great contributors to this. And the one after that will be October 14th, which will kick off the next day's Diversity Day at SIU Edwardsville. But the night before that, on the 14th, will be also another conversation of understanding. As was mentioned earlier, I think Todd Bryson mentioned that we actually just 2 days ago, I signed the agreement with the Southern Regional Educational Board for the Doctoral Scholars Program. Just to give you some insight on what that does is it provides additional mentoring support for diverse faculty, doctoral students to help develop more diverse faculty. We will identify students on either campus who really have the aspiration to be future faculty members. They will participate in the activities that the Southern Regional Education Board puts on. They have an annual conference as well as ongoing mentoring throughout the year and creation of really camaraderie among the doctoral students. We also will be, once they have that conference again, be attending that conference. That's the largest gathering of minority PhD students in the country, so it's a great way to recruit future faculty. There's usually about 1,000 minority PhD students at their conference every year, as well as some McNair scholars, some undergraduate students who will be recruiting into our doctoral program. So this will help both increase the diversity of our doctoral students as well as increase the diversity of our faculty. Likewise, I want to talk about, we're focused on creating new Chief Diversity Officer positions at the system level, but also, as was mentioned earlier, redoing the positions both on the Edwardsville meeting for new system presidents for anti-racism, diversity, equity, inclusion, and Chief Diversity Officer position for the system, and we'll be searching for after we get formal approval at the next meeting. Again, we'll Chief Diversity university offices and our leadership meetings at each level, and they will probably everything that we have to help us continue to move forward on those goals. Planning and future planning standpoint, I've now received all the working group reports. For those who don't remember, last
Is anyone talking?
Misty just text that they lost the internet on their end.
Very good.
That happened to us in Carbondale last week. It was off for quite a while, actually.
This meeting may be over.
It may be.
Thank you, Roger.
My screen froze. Oh, there you go.
They should be back on pretty soon.
You don't think they forgot to pay their bill, do you?
It's working in my office, so they paid, if they forgot, they paid only half the building.
But if they did, you're the chair of the finance committee.
Hey, although the Stone Center's reconnecting right now, they're rebooting. So we had some kind of glitch that happened. So I'm not sure what went on.
They're moving to different offices, and so hopefully they'll be on soon.
We just got back. Our internet dropped us off.
They're coming back.
Steven, they're back on. Looks like Can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. All right. You were on a roll, President Mahoney, so continue on your roll.
All right. Well, I'll finish up with just a couple last items. Again, looking at planning towards the future, as Vice President Kupchak mentioned earlier, we're proceeding with our strategic planning process. We do have all the working group reports are available and will be online at least by next week. The strategic planning committee actually will meet tomorrow for the first time. Again, that will be led by our Assistant VP, Grease Kupchak, will be the chair for that committee, but it's also facilitated by Dr. Lakeisha Butler and Dean John Pollitz. We have over 30 members on that committee. There's widespread involvement of key stakeholders. Not really sure we've ever had this level of engagement in this system strategic planning process at SIU before, but our goal really will be to reach out to as many people as possible and make sure everybody feels engaged and present a final strategic plan sometime early in the spring semester. In the meantime, Vice President Kupchak and I have identified a number of items in the working group reports that we think we can move forward on more immediately. And some of that really relates to more coordination and setting up groups that will meet on a regular basis to look for collaboration opportunities. And so we will kind of work on that even as we're going through the strategic planning process. Finally, just want to talk real quickly about the Institute for Rural Public Health. We do have a report back from the Rural Health Task Force, and one of the things they identified was the need for an organizational structure. So we're working, we have a committee now that's going to be working on developing an Institute for Rural Public Health that will be at the system level. And that will provide us that organizational structure we need to provide coordination to all of our efforts related to rural health. And I think it's a key part of that. Dean Jerry Cruz will be chairing that committee focused on developing the Institute. So we'll have more on that certainly by the time we come back to the next board meeting. Any questions from anybody from my report?
I would like to make a quick comment before we, if there's other questions. That I think that President Mahoney's report, especially as to the access, ought to be headlines if the media is listening in the news media. A high priority of this board has been to provide higher education access to all without regard to age, race, gender, or economic status. And I think what we're doing here as a system is going a long way in providing that access to everyone who wants a college education. And so I can't thank President Mahoney and the chancellors and their staffs for working up this proposal and project, which I think would be a guide star for other universities throughout the country. So thank you, President Mahoney. Any other comments or questions of President Mahoney? Okay, Chancellor Lane, will you present your report for the Carbondale campus?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. President Mahoney, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I concur with you, Mr. Chairman. It gives me goosebumps to know what we just did with the commitment that was just announced. So that's a great thing. Great day. It's hard to believe that we started the semester 1 month ago, actually 1 month ago today. And I'd like to publicly thank all of our faculty and our staff for all their hard work. I think sometimes they get overlooked, but they were working really hard when I arrived in the summer to really stand up a plan and to communicate and to do all those things in the midst of a pandemic. And so for them to do that, I want to give them a public thanks. I appreciate their efforts. I appreciate their hard work. And I appreciate the board's support as we've been going through and moving forward. I'd also like to thank our students, most importantly, thank our students, because they returned to campus. And we saw that in big numbers for us. So we really thank the students for returning to campus and for those new students that were here or that are here right now. I'm going to give you an update on our enrollment, which for me, this is a really a big thing for us. When you think about where we were this time last year compared to where we are today, those numbers are pretty phenomenal. And it's because of our admissions office, it's because of our financial aid office, our advising office, our registration office, our housing office, student affairs, new student programs, all of, again, our faculty and staff who contributed to this. It really was a team effort in making sure that we turn the corner in some key areas. And one, I want to mention a few areas in enrollment. 31.2% for first-time college students is what we saw here this fall. So that's 1,361 freshmen. That's a 31% increase. That's a very good thing for us. What's even better is 32% of those students are from Southern Illinois. Which means that we have students here that wanted to stay home, and we want to keep them home. And we want to make sure we're a first choice university and that those students really want to be here with us. So really excited about that. An even better number is 80%, and you heard this earlier in Todd's presentation, from fall to fall, the retention of 80% exceeds what you would see nationally, which hovers around 75 or some odd percent. And so that's a very big number for us. It tells us that our students are persisting, they're progressing towards their degree, and that we believe in a few years, even those graduation rates among all students, particularly students of color, are going to continue to increase. And so we're really excited about that. So we're celebrating being down because we're only down 2.8%. This time last year or years past, we've been down -8, 9, 10, 12%. We're down 2.8%. So we see the glass as half full and really excited. We've got a lot of efforts underway that it would take me hours to talk about, but I do want to mention we have talked to more community college presidents in the state of Illinois over the last couple of weeks and months, more high school principals, more superintendents, and this is myself personally, along with Mira, our provost, our director of admissions, John Frost. I want to applaud them as well because they are fired up. And we really believe that we're going to see some gains. The more high touch and the more relationships that we build or bridges that we repair, we think we're going to see some real change there. Moving on to our Saluki Safety Program, we are excited. Our partnership with SIH, it just kicked off this week. SIH in Jackson County, we're able to provide free testing for all of our faculty, staff, and students. That's a tremendous thing for us. On campus, we've had students already take advantage of it. The first day, I think we had over 50 some odd students that were there taking advantage of that. Just yesterday, had about 60 some odd students that took advantage of that. And so that's for us an incredible partnership that's allowing our students, faculty, and staff again to take the test if they so choose. I do want to thank 3 people and probably a lot more, but I know Dr. Odom, our faculty senate president, is on the call. I want to thank him for working hand in hand with us as we started to look at the modalities of courses and how we would teach those courses. Dr. Fletcher, our faculty association president, I want to thank her as well. She gives us some really good guidance and gives us a cheat sheet sometimes about things that we could do to enhance the things that we're doing here. And then also Dr. Marlowe, our non-tenure track faculty president, and there's so many others to thank. But if you look at our modality of courses, we started out the semester 40% those courses fully online, 30% are face-to-face, another 30% are hybrid. We're looking to the spring already with those very similar modalities that we may offer. We're doing a lot of work on the planning for the spring semester in terms of when we will start and when we will end, and also testing, obviously, the kinds of testing that we would stand up. So that's going really well. I want to thank Ray Goldsmith. She does a tremendous job. If you ever want to fact check anything, go to the web and look at what Ray puts out there. It's spot on. Everything related to our protocols, everything related to whether it's cleaning or safety protocols that are out there. Ray Goldsmith and then our Chief Newman, they do an outstanding job. And Judy and all of her staff do a great job in keeping the campus clean. Our students are wearing their masks. We're blown away by that. They are all complying with wearing their masks. When you walk the campus, you will see students all the time with a Saluki mask, or they're complying, and I really want to applaud them publicly. Myself and student trustee Gear, we've been making our rounds around the campus. Stephen has been with me. We've been giving out masks, and we've been talking to faculty, staff, and students about the importance of that, and they've been complying. And so thank you, Trustee Gear, for going out, being out and about with me. From the faculty side of things, and I'll try to move quickly through this, I want to highlight Dr. Gary Kinzel. Gary does a tremendous job in supporting our faculty who are out doing research. As a result, FY20, our contracts and grants are at $69.1 million. That's a really, really good accomplishment. We are welcoming 32 new faculty members to the team. They are here in place and hitting the ground running. They're doing a great job. Hats off to our provost, Dr. Kamaraju, for working with all the deans and faculty and search committees, really for getting them in place. That takes a lot of work. If you ever are on campus and you are thinking about cleaning your hands, you can think about Dr. McCarroll and Dr. Rothert and our Fermentation Science Institute. We did a tour over there. They're doing an amazing job, and they've just added to the support that we're trying to provide. Dr. Cruz will probably brag about this. I think he is only 2 medical schools in the world that hold this award that he just received at the School of Medicine, the Aspire Stellar Award. And I know that he could talk to you about that, but hats off to him and his staff. They're doing an incredible job over there. And there's some other awards that I'm sure he will highlight. We're noted again as a tree campus. That's very important to us. This campus is absolutely beautiful. I'm preaching to the choir. I know you already know that, but to have that designation, tie that in with our forestry programs and some of the other programs that we have, it's a great thing. Final piece here, we've instituted an enrollment task force. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we're laser focused on trying to get some wins in enrollment and partnering and talking with a lot of people out there. Thanks again to the 63,000 household. The commitment we think is going to help as well. So we're laser focused in moving forward. Same thing as it relates to our diversity task force. And thanks to President Mahoney for all his work and leadership there. As you heard Dr. Hightower and others mention, and the chairman, we're keeping this at the forefront. This is not going to be a fad or something we just kind of talk about and forget. we're holding ourselves accountable and making sure that we are moving the needle. We'll continue to do that. Final piece, for our strategic planning efforts here, we're beginning our listening and learning tour. That's me talking with our faculty, staff, students, alums, community members, really trying to lay the foundation for our strategic plan, our top 5 priorities, and really over the next 5 to 10 years, what we're going to be focused on, and tying that directly into President Mahoney and the system plan that's being talked about now. So on that note, that concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Chancellor Lane? Thank you, Chancellor Lane. Chancellor Penbrook, will you present your report on the Edwardsville campus?
Jerry next on the agenda, but you can go.
What?
It's got Jerry listed next, but you can go to.
I have. Okay, Jerry. Why don't you go first, Jerry?
Okay. Okay, I'll do that. Thanks so much. And I'll just mention 2 things. I will elaborate on the Aspire Stellar Award that Chancellor Lane mentioned, and then just have a few things about COVID-19. So that Aspire Stellar Award is given by the Association of Medical Education in Europe, which is the largest and most prestigious medical education group in the world, members from 93 nations. They give 6 individual awards for career achievement in medical education. This year, they decided to combine all of the criteria for all 6 awards and give the Stellar Award. This was the inaugural award this year, and they decided to give it to Leeds School of Medicine from the United Kingdom and the SIU School of Medicine. So, you know, this is a great honor. You know, I think about, you know, the first Major League Baseball Hall of Fame Awards, 1936, you know, Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb, Honus Wagner, that's the inaugural class. This is the inaugural class. Anyway, just a couple words about the award. The 1 criterion, curriculum innovation and excellence, first medical school to have full problem-based learning curriculum. You know, that's now used by virtually every medical school in the world. We've instituted a new Year 3 curriculum 4 years ago that we think every medical school will use as well. Student assessment, we were the first to use standardized patients as the sole criterion for the senior comprehensive examination. That evolved into the United States Medical Licensing Exam, Step 2 CS, one of the 4 parts to get licensed in the United States. And we're moving with a new program called programmatic assessment that's moving more and more and more toward formative assessment rather than high stakes summative examinations. Student engagement in the curriculum. The students are on all of our committees that are important, and they actually tutor the 2nd-year students in our problem-based learning. We teach them to be teachers. Medical simulation, I will have to say that early on in our partnership with the Memorial Medical Center, we built a surgical skills lab. About 3 or 4 years ago, that was taken to new heights in the Memorial Center for Learning and Innovation. And our students and residents have opportunities in simulation like none others across the country. Another criteria was social accountability. You heard about equity, diversity, inclusion, barriers to care, correctional medicine, farm family medicine, our 66 county region, the Institute for Rural Health, which I will assure everyone will include the definition that we made before that includes all the small urban and rural areas in the entire environment here, because we love what we're doing in every place. And then the last one is faculty development. So those are all the things that go in, and everyone in the entire organization is a part of this, and our community partners are part of this. We're a community-based medical school, and we have to embrace those partners really to make that go. So to COVID-19, the telehealth presentation by the speech pathology, audiology, pharmacy students was great. We couldn't have got through this pandemic without it. 50% of our visits, 3,300 a week in the midst of the pandemic, is how we reached our patients. We're now down to about 14% and 1,500 a week. We could do it because regulatory changes allowed us to do that, federal and state, and those need to continue. So that's an advocacy effort that we really need to push forward. And then the last thing I'll say is that we re-engaged and started to reopen what we do day to day in our clinical practice on May the 11th, 4 months ago. We have had no spread of COVID-19 within our practice. The PPE, the masks, the distancing, they work and they work and they work. And, you know, we haven't hit the corner yet, and we still need to do this. And I'll just say, I'll finish with everybody get your flu shot. September 12th to October 15th is the optimal time. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. And I will say that our medical school is probably the best in the country. And a lot of it has to do with your leadership and the staff you have and the associations you have with the Springfield hospitals and throughout the central and southern Illinois. And you're making a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chancellor Penbrook, now your report.
Thank you, Chair Gilbert. I hope somebody there has the PowerPoint to pull up. If you'll do that, I'd appreciate that. Let me just do an introduction to say that I think all of you by now know that on my presentations, I center around the 6 goals of our strategic plan. And the first goal has to do with recruiting and retaining students. So I also wanted to do an update this summer. We were up 2.6%, and that means we were up in both headcount and FTE. We were also up in student credit hours. So very strong summer enrollment. The fall 2020 picture, if we can go to the next slide, please. We were at 12,860 students on 10th day, which is about 1.5% behind where we were in 2019. The enrollment at that time was 13,061. The good news from that enrollment picture is that we had 1,554 new freshmen. Our School of Nursing set a record. They are close to 1,900 students in the School of Nursing. The doctoral program also set a record, the highest ever, 849 students. And we had record diversity numbers. 29% of our class was ethnicity or race other than white, and we had record number of Latinx students. So you'll hear more about diversity as I go through this. Our graduate and professional enrollment, as you can see, 2,918 students. That's the highest it's been since the 1970s. We also had our second highest ever freshman to sophomore retention rate, 78%, which was 1% behind where we were a year ago. Next slide, please. One part of that success story regarding enrollment is the mental health nurse practitioner program in the School of Nursing. It started in January of 2020. We have already moved from 9 to 30 students in that program. I also wanted to underscore a great accomplishment. Our computer engineering student, Brian Robinson, got a scholarship from the U.S. Department of Defense, an amazing scholarship, full tuition, $1,000 annually for books, and a $25,000 annual stipend. So congratulations to him. Next slide, please. Goal 2, you probably remember, has to do with academic experiences at SIUE. I want to commend the dental school on their reaccreditation. That's very important. We also received approval for the endodontics program. I hope you don't know what endodontics is about because it has to do with tooth pain and root canal. So maybe you haven't had to deal with that, hopefully. Also wanted to say congratulations to Lakeisha Butler. She is on the System Diversity Advisory Council. As you heard, she's going to be a co-facilitator for the System Strategic Plan Working Group. She's also president of the National Pharmacy Association, and she and 14 others took a collective stand against racial injustice. So thank you to Dr. Butler for that. Family nurse practitioner board rate, pass rates was 100% this year, and they had their largest graduating cohort. Hard to beat 100%, so congratulations. Also wanted to congratulate Austin Dillon, a recent PharmD alum, for receiving the Walmart Scholar Award, and that allows Austin to attend the National American Association of Colleges of Pharmacy meeting. I mentioned diversity before. I wanted to catch you up on a couple of things. We recently hired a new diversity and engagement librarian, Simone Williams, who is working on an anti-racism collection in our library, which will serve our general education curriculum. College of Arts and Sciences also created a new scholarship for underrepresented grad student in the field of data analysis. Next slide, please. Also, I wanted to just let you know as it pertains to safety on our campus, I appreciate the work of our COVID Core Council. We meet every morning between an hour and an hour and a half. Some of the work that is important has to do with dedensifying campus. We have about 42% of our classes online this fall. 58% then are either traditional or some type of hybrid experience. I also wanted to encourage you to keep track of the COVID dashboard. If you just type in Google SIUE COVID dashboard, it'll take you there. Since August 1st, we have had 45 known positives across faculty, staff, and students, and we're averaging for the last month between 7 and 13 students, faculty, staff total per week. We're using a voluntary testing model on campus. We can do about 50 people per day. And so we're trying to encourage people to access that. Next slide, please. Our goal 3, you probably will recall, has to do with co-curricular experiences beyond the academic experiences. And this was an interesting year for that. We did a lot of things virtually that first week. We had virtual comedians. We had drive-in movies. We had virtual sorority recruitment involving about 150 individuals. And as from the picture here, you can see the night before we started class, faculty and staff formed a vehicle parade. We did a caravan around all the residence halls. And so we did a lot of honking that night. Next slide, please. Goal 4 at SIUE has to do with recruiting and retaining a diverse set of employees, faculty, and staff. The cohort of new tenure track faculty that we brought in, I believe, was our most diverse of any group that we have had so far. I want to congratulate Dean Robin Hughes. She is employing something called cluster hiring, and that's been very effective in terms of helping us to recruit underrepresented faculty members. Also, congratulations to Cornell Thomas, who was named Chief Diversity Officer for our dental school. Cornell is the chair of the search committee that you heard about that we are just launching for the Vice Chancellor of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. I also want to thank Jessica Harris, who was, I think, the impetus for our anti-racism task force. We have met for most of the summer. The theme, as you can see, is the fierce urgency of now. There are 4 subcommittees that met during that time, and they are making their reports in terms of priority changes that they are recommending. And those 4 subcommittees are in the area of communication, access success, curriculum, and faculty staff recruiting and retention, as well as promotion. Next slide, please. Also, as it relates to faculty and staff, congratulations to Chris Gordon, who leads our construction management program. He has been appointed as a trustee in the American Council for Construction Education. And I wanted to let you know that because of all of the challenges regarding COVID, anti-racism, the university moved forward about 2 or 3 weeks ago to provide more mental health support in a telehealth format. So you've heard a lot about telehealth education. We think that's an important thing. Next slide, please. Goal 5 has to do with our connections in the community. Joanne DiMaggio May in the Small Business Development Center had a number of calls, a large number of calls. You probably have heard about the payroll protection plan so that businesses can protect employees during this time of challenge. So she's been working with our area in that. Bruce Rotter, our Dean of SDM, was named Vice Chair of the Commission on Dental Accreditation. I want to thank SDM. They remained open during that period when we were all at home in March, April, May. They were in clinics, and that took a lot of courage, dedication, and a real service mentality. So thank you to our dental school for that. Last thing on this page, I just want to say that our campus has been used by Madison County Department of Health for COVID testing, drive-through testing multiple times. Next slide, please. A few other things as it relates to the community. Our School of Nursing, I just mentioned dental being open. Our School of Nursing continues to work with the SIU School of Medicine at our We Care Clinic services in East St. Louis, again, providing telehealth. That's so important in this period. School of Pharmacy is working with St. Louis University School of Medicine to provide free health care, particularly for Chinese-speaking individuals. Our athletic department launched the Athletic Network so that they can stay in touch with athletic alumni in the area. And then on the right-hand side, you see the newest member of the SIUE Police Department. That's the English Black Lab named Marshall. Marshall has two particular skills. One of those is detecting hidden electronic devices. The other is that he's a therapy dog. So we are connecting, the SIU police are connecting with law enforcement, both locally, regionally, state, and nationally, and Marshall's a key part of that. Next slide, please. As I finish up, Goal 6 has to do with stewardship and our facilities. I want to thank Basler Electric for donating $100,000 for a power system lab in our engineering building. I also want to report that Founders Hall is basically finished. We're moving back in, and it's been a 2-year process. Thank you to everyone for your patience during that. The slide you see down below is the progress that we're making on the advanced care clinic in Alton. It is one function is pediatric sedation dentistry. And I've talked about that before, of changing the lives of people who have major challenges in that area. Next slide. Goal 6. I'll be talking a little bit more at the December meeting about the health science complex. That's the new structure that we're imagining on campus. It would house nursing, pharmacy, applied health programs. We have had a lot of good conversation. We are almost ready to hear about the CDB and their choice of an architect for that. So that's an exciting thing. SDM, you just saw one of the buildings that's going up there. We're in phase 1 planning for a 450-seat auditorium. As you probably know, there is no place on that campus where all of the students, faculty, and staff can get together for symposia, speakers, celebrations, whatever. So we're doing phase 1 conceptual design so that we can create a space, an auditorium like that. I also wanted to thank the SIU Foundation and Rachel Stack in particular. They generated over $1 million from the endowment and turned that over. So that helps us in particular in areas for scholarships and support for students when we're COVID challenged the way we are right now. This is the last slide. You'll recall I just said goal 4. Goal 4 has to do with recruiting and retaining outstanding faculty and staff. If you don't recognize this person, this is our Vice Chancellor, outgoing Vice Chancellor for Administration, Rich Walker. This is his last BOT meeting today. He's retiring September 30. Rich has been at SIUE 34 years. Came in 1986. He's been the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Planning and Budgets. He's directed our Arts and Issues. He has been an amazing person in the Edwardsville area City Council. He was very instrumental in saving the Wildy Theater. And maybe, hopefully, the thing he's most proud of, he's an SIUE alum, Master's in Public Administration. So, Rich, I just wanted to finish by saying thank you for everything that you have done for us over a career that has spanned more than 3 decades. And as I read that goal 4, recruit, support, and retain high-quality, accomplished, student-centered, and diverse employees who continually strive for excellence in achieving university goals. Rich, that fits you to a T. So thank you very much. And that concludes my report.
My pleasure, Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Pembroke, and best wishes to you, Rich, on your retirement. Thank you for your service to the university. At regular board meetings, 30 minutes will be reserved to receive comments or questions from members of the public and employees of the university. Speakers' comments or questions should not exceed 5 minutes. Persons wishing to speak shall contact the Executive Secretary of the Board. The Executive Secretary shall maintain a roster of those seeking to speak and shall call the speakers in order. Madam Secretary, do we have any speakers today?
We have 2 speakers. Is Roderick Moyer connected? Okay, then we will move on to our last speaker, Marcus Odom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board and President Mahoney and all the guests here. I really appreciate this opportunity. As said, I'm Dr. Marcus Odom. I'm a professor and the Deloitte and Touche Faculty Fellow in the School of Accountancy. I also have the honor of serving as the Faculty Senate President this year. And I enjoy coming and speaking to you at this meeting. I also enjoy just listening. There's so many great things going on throughout the entire system. And a lot of times we don't hear about them. And I hear them at these meetings and I just think, my goodness, our PR could really just go every day. And so you reporters on here, you make sure you take note of a lot of things you heard today, because there's a lot of great things going on here at SIU. As I said, I thank you for this opportunity. And it's funny, as I was listening to Chancellor Lane speak, a couple of things he said I have on my notes here to talk about. So it's nice to know that we're on the same page. And one of the things I want to start off with is say that yes, SIU sees glasses half full, but we're primed and ready to take it to the brim. I can tell you, we are excited about what's going on, and I wanted to share some of that with you. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to see the points of pride for SIUC. It's on the SIUC News website, some of the things Dr. Lane mentioned. I would encourage you to go to the SIU News website and look at the points of pride, just to see some of the great things that are going on our campus and things that we are doing to affect our community and throughout the region. One item that I wanted to mention and highlight that Chancellor Lane did mention was our research funding. As he said, SIUC has increased its research funding this year to $69.1 million. That's, as he said, an increase of 25% over fiscal year 19. And just an important footnote that I wanted to add to that is that we've done that when our faculty numbers are down. It's not where we were a few years ago, and we are still increasing our research with the faculty numbers being down. As a matter of fact, that actually resulted in a decrease in the number of proposals that went forward. However, the dollar amount of the proposals that were funded was higher per proposal. And actually, if you look at it per tenure track faculty, we had an average of $121,380 per tenure track faculty in research funding this year. That's the highest we've been in at least the last 7 to 10 years. And this is just a strong indicator of the importance of research at SIUC, and it signals our faculty's commitment to our research mission here. And our research funding is only second in our state to UIUC, and we're far ahead of the other universities in the state of Illinois. And so I just want to let you know that we do value research and it's important, and you can see that in the research funding that we have. The second item is that I'd like to highlight is the renewed commitment we have on this campus and then the system to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The Faculty Senate, as you know, recently passed a resolution to come up with some tangible and realizable actions that we could take to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. In addition, the commitment is evident in the discussions that have been occurring, and the commitment is also seen in the programs that are happening on campus. You know, it's exciting to see that our new chancellor and our provost have committed to hiring a new full NTT and approval of three new tenure track lines in the Africana Studies program. That's a commitment, that's an action, that's something that's happening. The faculty's desire is for this commitment to be a holistic approach, and we want to see it woven throughout the fabric of SIUC to affect systemic change that will be constant. And so we're excited about that as a faculty on this campus, and we think it's something that we need to do. A third item that I'd like to highlight is our desire for the faculty on campus at SIUC to be more actively involved in the governance process. The theme that I set for Faculty Senate this year was to get involved. And in my opinion, we're seeing more involvement of the faculty across the board. Even during this unique time we're experiencing, the faculty are very active. One factor that's encouraging is the increased involvement, is our improved vibe on campus. And I wholeheartedly will tell you that our new chancellor has a lot to do with that new vibe. Our new administration leadership is very open and transparent with the faculty. And this is very refreshing. And our faculty are very excited about the transparency. And we look forward to working with this new leadership as we strive to show that SIUC should be the first choice university for students, especially in the state of Illinois and all over the country. Finally, I'd like to finish up and update you on an item that I mentioned at our last meeting. It's the creation of an SIU System Faculty Council. It's still something we're talking about. The new System Vice President for Academic Innovation, Planning and Partnership, Dr. Gupchek, has actually, and he and I have met and discussed this council. And I have been in contact with my counterpart in the Faculty Senate at Edwardsville to get this ball rolling. We're scheduling a Zoom meeting soon, and we're going to include the faculty constituent heads from both SIUC and SIUE to include the medical school and the dental school. Our goal with the Faculty Council is to create a body which will serve an advisory role to our systems president and vice presidents on system-wide matters. And again, it gets back to the theme. We want the faculty to be involved and to have an active part in the governance of our university. And so I want to say one last thing, and I duck out of sight so you can see. I know you've seen this. This is the Saluki statue in the Saluki Alumni Plaza. And, you know, it represents what we are here for. We're learning from our past. We're going to act in the present, and we're going to set a path for the future. If you look at the Saluki dogs, one is looking back, one is looking at you, and one's looking forward. And so that's what we need to do. That's what we want to do here on our campus. And I can tell you right now that the faculty are excited to be involved in this. Go Salukis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Odom. And I know you've been very active on campus policies, and we appreciate your service to this campus, and to the system as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next item is the call for the omnibus motion. The trustees have had approximately 10 days to study the items on the agenda. A certain number are routine or self-explanatory, so as to save time, we act upon them in one motion and vote. Madam Secretary, will you please read the items suggested for the omnibus motion?
Items F and G will be voted on separately. Item O, the ramp, has been pulled. So what is left for the omnibus motion is items H through N, P through T.
Is there any discussion?
I move for approval.
The move to approve the items on the omnibus motion with exception of F and G. Is there a second?
I'll second, and it's with the exception of O as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Curtis?
Yes.
Gear?
Yes.
Gilbert?
Yes.
Graham?
Yes.
Sharma?
Yeah.
Simmons?
Yes.
And Tedrick?
Yes.
Okay, I declare the omnibus motion has passed with exceptions of F, G, and O. I have a motion to approve those items.
Actually, items F and G.
Just F and G?
That's right.
Just F and G.
Separately.
So
we're going to do it separately?
Okay.
Okay.
Item F.
A motion to approve item F.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Now I have a roll call vote on F.
Curtis?
I need to abstain.
Gear?
Yes.
Gilbert?
Yes.
Graham?
Yes.
Sharma?
Yes.
Simmons?
Yes.
Tedrick?
I recuse.
Okay.
Okay, item G, is there a motion to approve item? First of all, the court. The chair finds that the motion passed. Item G, is there a motion to approve item G?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Roll call vote.
Curtis?
Yes.
Gear,
Yes.
Gilbert,
Yes.
Grant,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
Simmons,
Yes.
Tedrick.
I recuse.
Okay. I declare the motion is passed. That concludes the business of the Board of Trustees today. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the board is planned to be held December 3rd in Carbondale. I hope by that time we'll be able to meet in person.
Mr. Chair, could I make one comment just in conclusion?
Yes.
I would like to thank Chancellor Pembroke for his leadership in this tuition thing that we passed today. He was ready to enact this a few months ago, and we pulled him back in with the system, and I appreciate him pushing the system forward and his patience with us as we did our analysis and our due diligence to push everything forward. So thank you, Chancellor Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons, and I concur that Chancellor Pembroke is the one that started the ball rolling here. Okay, that concludes the business of the board. Do I have a motion there will be a news conference immediately after the conclusion of this meeting. I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Riddington, will you please call the roll?
Curtis,
Yes.
Gear,
Yes.
Gilbert,
Yes.
Grant,
Yes.
Sharma,
Yes.
Simmons,
Yes.
Tedrick.
Yes.
Okay, the motion is passed. The meeting is adjourned, and thank for my fellow board members and others that have been on this phone call or this video Zoom meeting. And have a great rest of the day and stay safe. That concludes this hearing with exception of this meeting, with the exception of the press conference.
And Mr. Chairman, it appears that we have two reporters who are on with us, Jen Fuller from WSIU and Danny Conley from the Daily Egyptian.
Is Molly still on?
Yeah, Molly's here.
Oh, and Molly's here too. Sorry, I missed you, Molly. Welcome,
That's
Molly.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to start first?
I will. You'll forgive me. I had a couple of meetings that I jumped in and off of in the middle of this meeting, so I may have missed some comments. But I just wanted to get the overall reaction, Mr. Chairman, about the budget and how difficult it's been to try to put this together, and the fact that there's still so much uncertainty in terms of what COVID will do to the overall budget.
Well, I'll let President Mahoney get in more detail, but it has been challenging. I mean, we are in challenging times. You've heard that the governor has asked state agencies to prepare for additional 5% cut. We're doing the best we can with the uncertainty that we have, but I'll have President Mahoney go through with you exactly what each of these campuses did and how they arrived at the budget, which we know it may change next month, and it may change in 3 or 4 months. Some of it may depend upon whether there's another CARES Act out of Washington, and some of it may also depend upon the constitutional amendment that's on the ballot in November. So there's a lot of uncertainty in these next few months, but I'm proud of the way that our administration has prepared this budget in light of these challenging times, and to make sure that we focus on educating our students and making sure that the lights stay on. So President Mahoney, you want to add anything more to that?
Yeah, and I always say whenever we're doing a higher education budget, there's always a certain amount of uncertainty. Some of it's related to enrollment and different revenue sources that are not always predictable. And then the uncertainty this year is just magnified a lot more. Some of that uncertainty is the negative. Will there be additional reductions in some way, shape, or form? Some of it could potentially be positive. So again, if there's additional federal support, that would help out the budget enormously. And would really help us out, but we're not certainly counting on that. So we try to budget as conservatively as possible. put in a contingency in each of the budgets. So in case there is some downsides economically, we're as prepared as I think as we can be with that. But also, as you heard mentioned throughout the different reports from each campus, putting in, for example, Carbondale, reductions in the budget, hiring chills, doing all the things that you need to make sure we're not doing anything that adds to our deficit or making things worse. Edwardsville again had a 6% contingency in their budget. And the School of Medicine really has had some of the, I think, biggest financial challenges just because of the loss of clinical revenue last year. And that's obviously picking back up now. So it's a more positive thing. But they've had to deal with do furloughs and salary reductions and other things to help them get through all of that. So, a lot of people have had to make difficult choices to get us to a place where we have a budget. At this point, we feel as comfortable as we can, again, given all the uncertainty that and the things we don't know about, both positive and negative going forward for the rest of the year.
Anything else, Jennifer?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Molly?
Yeah, hi, thank you. I do have a couple of questions. I want to piggyback on Jennifer's question, specifically on the Carbondale budget. I understand that that 6% cut is looking at about $10 million across the campus. Can you talk, Chancellor, about where that money may come from?
Yeah, thank you for that, Molly. We did a really good assessment about how much more efficient we could be. And every year, believe it or not, out of all the budgets across the university, they're not always spent at 100%. And so for us, it's a combination of lab salaries. These are positions that were essentially open, that we're deciding in some cases not to fill, and those that we do fill go through a lot of scrutiny, a lot of justification. And that's more on the staff side. A lot of the faculty positions, obviously the courses, we need those courses to make. We've hired, as you heard earlier, 30 some odd faculty. We're looking at hiring 25 more faculty. But to answer your question, the lab salary has helped us. Reallocation of dollars. So not new requests from departments. We've really reallocated the departments to help us out. And so it's for us, it's a combination of dollars that have been left on the table at the end of the fiscal year, where we've been able to move those into a reserve. And then also, as I mentioned, the lab salary.
And is that, would there potentially be additional cuts if the state, asks you to pull back on its appropriation for the fiscal year? Or is it, I guess I'm trying to ask, is this 6% kind of set in stone, and then it's possible that there could be additional cuts based on what happens at the state level?
Well, we've planned for that, as you heard President Mahoney mention with our contingency. We've put about 3 to 5% back as well. So we have some other pockets where we've been able to really account for what we think may happen, just in being careful going forward. So, we're trying to create as many pockets and possibilities as we can, knowing that that could all change, good or bad, depending on decisions that come out here in the next couple of months. But we're hopeful, and we're not using a surviving method. It's more of a thriving method. We have enough funds to do what we think we need to do, and getting them in the right places is the key.